Right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Eamt 2020. Can you hear me well? All right, perfect. So I'm going to pass the floor to Miquel Forcada, the president of Eamt and the general chair of this conference.
Thank you very much. Bem-vindos e bem-vindas. It's a pleasure for me to warmly welcome you all to the 22nd edition of the annual conference of the European Association for Machine Translation, EAMT. Yes, 2020 has been a trying year for all of us. Due to the COVID-19, we had not been able to meet in Lisbon in person last May. After a postponement, the format was changed to online, and here we are. I will end this word with many thank yous, but I'd like to thank now our organizers at Untitled, I think it's how it's pronounced, also INESCI ID and the Instituto Superior Técnico for their efforts and their flexibility in these difficult times. We still have a single room conference, including the poster sessions for poster session for posters, and I hope we can manage the most of it to make the most of this conference. Every year, as you know, the EAMT calls everyone involved in machine translation and translation technologies in Europe, North Africa, the Middle East, but also around the world. Researchers, developers, vendors, and users come to share and to become aware of new developments in the field. In particular, I'd like to highlight that this is the second EAMT conference with a special session where papers come from a key group of users, professional translators. Lisbon was going to be the westernmost stop of a conference that has been swinging eastwards and westwards in the last years. After Barcelona, Saint Raphael, Leuven, Trento, Dubrovnik, Antalya, Riga, Prague, and Alacant, it was going to be Lisbon this time. Please be sure to visit Lisbon when we can travel safely. It is there waiting for us, and it will be when this nightmare is over. By the way, it's hard to go further westwards, so EAMT 2021 will be held east from Lisbon. You'll find out in the closing session next Thursday. The organizers and the track chairs have assembled an excellent program. 3 days packed with talks and poster sessions in 4 tracks. So we have the research track, the users track, translators track, and the usual projects and products track. Plus an invited talk by Professor Lucia Spezia, the Best Thesis Award talk by Felix Stahlberg, and the EAMT General Assembly. All of you will find something going on that will interest you during the event. Before I go on, allow me some words as president of the European Association for Machine Translation. The EAMT is a growing association which organizes this yearly conference, except every 6 years when we organize a summit, like last year in Dublin. It sponsors research, development, and community outreach initiatives, and annually grants a Best Thesis Award. Individuals, institutions, and companies from Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East can join the EAMT for a modest fee and benefit from all these activities. In addition to that, the EAMT members, as do members with our sister associations, which are the Association for Machine Translation in the Americas, AMTA, and the Asia Pacific Association for Machine Translation, AAMT, all enjoy discounted fees when attending mutual conferences. All of this is possible thanks to EAMT members, but especially thanks to colleagues in the EAMT Executive Committee, coming from both industry and academia, who worked really hard to make it happen. This 22nd annual conference of the EAMT wouldn't have been possible without the hard work of our local organizers at Untitled, the Instituto de Engenharia de Sistemas y Computadores, Investigação e Desenvolvimento, INESCI, and the Instituto Superior Técnico. This team was headed by André Martins, who spoke just before me, and Elena Moniz, which I think is in some screen now. And this team has put together an excellent conference. I'm very thankful for their hard work, and also for putting their local strong MT expertise at our disposal. So thank you very much, and thank also Sara Fumega, Bruno Martins, Fernando Batista, Luisa Coer, Carla Parra, Isabel Troncoso, and all the rest. I don't know all the names. The program you will enjoy in this conference was possible thanks to the work of Ariana Visatsa and Marco Turki as research co-chairs, then Mari Nurminen and Lena Mark as user track co-chairs, Anna Gerberov and Jos Morkens as translator track co-chairs, and our EAMT secretary, Carol Scarton, who was in charge of the reviewing platform. But it would not have been possible without the contribution of authors in all tracks. So we received actually 47 submissions to the research track, 15 submissions to the user track, 13 submissions to the translators track, and 24 descriptions of projects and product, a total of 109 submissions. Each submission to each of the tracks was peer-reviewed by 2 or 3 independent reviewers from the program committee. And I'd like to thank them all now for their work. Taking the reviews into consideration, the track chairs accepted 53% of the research papers, 80% of user papers, and 69% of translators' papers. That's 70 papers in total, which made it into the program. So I will now give the floor back to Andre Martins, who will speak on behalf of the local organizers and also will give you very important information about the conference. Thanks. Andre, you are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now? And see my slides as well? All right. So on behalf of the local organizing team, we'd like to welcome you to the 22nd annual conference of the EAMT, which is also the first remote edition of EAMT, as Michael was pointing out. It's really a pity that we cannot welcome you to Lisbon as a presential meeting, but I hope to see you all in Lisbon some other time when this is all over. So first of all, a huge thanks to all our sponsors. Make sure to stop by the sponsors Slack channels where we can interact with them. And briefly, here's some logistic information. This is going to be our schedule for today. All these times are GMT Lisbon/UK times. So we are going to start right after this session with the research track session. Then there's going to be a coffee break in the middle, and then 2 more sessions, 2 more papers in the research track. And then in the afternoon, we will start with a track on WMT, followed by a session on the Best Thesis Awards. So all these sessions until 3:30 are going to use this exact link, so this exact Zoom link that we are using right now. And then right after that, at 3:30, there's a poster session where we're going to switch to another Zoom link, and we're going to use breakout rooms for the posters, as I'm going to point out in a minute. So this is for today. Tomorrow we will start the day with Lucia Specia's keynote, followed by a poster session for the project and product tracks. And in the afternoon, we're going to have a few more sessions in the research track, and the day will end with the EAMT General Assembly. On Thursday, we'll start with the user track and the research track, and then in the afternoon, we'll have a user track and the translator tracks, and finally the closing session. So this is the plan for these 3 days. Let me briefly point out how these sessions will work. So for the oral sessions, we are going to use a Zoom webinar, exactly the same format that we are using right now. And there's going to be a different link every day. Okay, so we're going to post these links in general. Actually, they are there already, but we will remind you in the beginning of the day what the links are. So in the beginning of each session, if you are a speaker or a session chair, please raise your hand so that we can promote you to panelists. And if you are attending the conference and if you have any questions, you can ask them either in the chat window or in the Q&A. and then the session share will read these questions aloud to interact with the speaker. For the poster sessions, posters between quotes, we set up a Zoom meeting with breakout rooms. This is trying to mimic, the way poster sessions normally are done. So participants can, go through the different breakout rooms and talk to the speakers. Each breakout room is assigned to a poster. You can find the numbers of the posters in the websites in the program. And the number of these breakout rooms is matching the names of the posters that are there. So participants can join the breakout rooms of their choice, have QAs with the presenters. But a very important reminder, it's very important that you upgrade the Zoom app to the latest version in order to use this functionality of the breakout rooms, okay? Otherwise, you cannot join a breakout room, you need to be assigned. So for this to work smoothly, it's very important, if you have not done that yet, it's very important that you upgrade Zoom to the latest version. So for all papers, both orals and posters, we have 2-minute pitch videos available in the website. Thanks to all the speakers and all the presenters who recorded these videos. They are linked from the program. So you can just click in those links and watch the videos. And regarding general communication, if you haven't joined Slack yet, please do so. We are using the Eamt 2020 Slack for communication. There you can find a general channel. There's also channels for sponsors that I would like to invite you to join and interact with the sponsors. And there's also a channel for Zoom support where you can ask any technical questions about Zoom or any other technical issues that require help. So finally, it's a pity that we cannot have regular coffee breaks as in a normal conference. But we are trying to mitigate that by creating some virtual rooms in gather.town. So I posted in general these several links. You can choose one of these environments, click on them, and interact with the other participants. We are going to have like an avatar to navigate in these different rooms. Yeah, so there's going to be like a small circle. If you are close to someone, you'll see their faces and we can talk with them. So please try this out. This is it. I hope that you enjoy Eamt 2020. And without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Marco Turki, who is the session chair of the first session of the research track. I think we are a little bit ahead of time. So the next section is going to start at 9:30 local time, Lisbon time. So in a few minutes. This is it. Let me know if there are any questions. All right, so let's make some time to prepare for the next section, and in the meantime, we should bring Marco Turki as a panelist so that he can introduce the next section.
I think I'm already panelist. Hi, Andre. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so the session will start in 15 minutes, so we can wait a little bit.
Okay. So I think we can start. It's missing just 2 minutes. Let's call people back from coffee. So welcome to Eamt. This is the first section. This is part of the research track. Today we have 3 papers. Each paper has half an hour, where 20 minutes is for the presentation and 5 for question and answering. As Andrea said before, please write your question in the question and answering slot, and then I will read aloud. If you have time, we can also give the possibility to ask questions, to question from oral question from the audience. So I can start to introduce the first paper. I already apologize because I probably will not be able to correctly read all the name of the authors. The first one is quite simple. So the first paper is by Lucas Fisher and Samuel Lobley. What's the difference between professional, human, and machine translation? A blind multilanguage study on domain-specific MT. I see already the presenter is Samuel, so I think I can wait 1 minute, and then Samuel, I think you can start.
Perfect. Thanks a lot for the introduction. I'll already share my screen here then.
So I don't know how I can tell you the missing minute. Probably if you have in time, I will not bother you in case I will tell you when 1 minute is missing, okay? I think Samuel, you can start.
Okay, perfect. Then let me start right here. Hello, everyone, to this virtual conference from my side as well. Pleased to have you here on this presentation on machine translation evaluation and how machine translation these days compares to specialized human translation. So what are we looking at today? We'll be talking about machine translation quality, and as you all know, in the field, well, quality has been debated often recently. Let's put it that way. The elephant that stands in the room is in the room. I don't know if this is this works in English, is really whether machine translation has reached the quality of the level of professional human translation. At least this is a question that's been raised. It's actually been raised back in the 1950s already and over again. We've been disappointed many times since, but so with this claim by Hassan et al. 2018, we've been maybe a bit more intrigued to look at this in more detail. However, this claim, at least in 2018 by Hassan et al., probably didn't hold. Many studies have looked at this quality evaluation that Microsoft has done back in the days. So I think in general, in broad domains, machine translation, even if it's very high quality today, probably doesn't reach the quality of human translation. The question that we ask in this presentation is, what about specialized or more narrow domains? What about a highly specialized machine translation system? And how does the output of such a system compare to what highly specialized human professional translators may produce? Yeah, let me step back here a bit. You all know that, but we still have to go over this. I think human evaluation of machine translation is extremely difficult. Why is this? Well, several reasons. The first reason is that raters, so people who evaluate machine translation output or any translation quality, may have data perceptions of machine translation or negative opinions about machine translation. I really like this finding by Spence Green and colleagues from Stanford, actually back in 2013 already. What they did is they conducted a study on post-editing productivity at the time, where they compared, no, they didn't compare, they compared translation from scratch to post-editing for Wikipedia articles, I think. And what they did is they invited professional translations to both post-edit and translate from scratch. And then in the end, of course, they asked people whether they wanted to make comments to that experimental setting. And I like this quote where one of the participants said that, well, I mean, this Stanford system that you provided me with is actually quite good for post editing, even back in the days with statistical machine translation still. But when people, clients, for example, ask me to post edit translations that Google Translate produces, well, these machine translations are totally unusable for post editing. What the participants didn't know is that the Stanford people actually gave them Google Translate output, right? So they were really post editing what Google Translate produced at the time. They just didn't know. They had, they thought of Google Translate as, well, producing these unfluent translations. Maybe they had looked at it 5 years ago or something, back in 2008 or so. So really, the perception that the raters or the post editors in this experiment had, they weren't really up to date with what machine translation was producing or able to produce at the time. Then also, now that we're talking about comparing machine translation to human translation, this is inherently difficult, of course, because these two systems, if you will, machines and humans, they operate on different levels these days. Most machine translation systems still operate on the level of sentences. So a machine translation system will translate sentences independent of the other sentences in a document. Now, humans obviously don't do that, right? And now if we rate the output of machine translation systems these days, what we tend to do is something like this. We will ask raters, so people who evaluate the quality, to look at individual sentences in a document and then give these sentences a score, such as here in this direct assessment setting, where the task of the rater is to express by means of that slider in a percentage to which degree a certain sentence, such as this one, expresses the meaning of a certain source text in the target language, right? Now, this can be problematic, and we've looked at that in early publications, really, if you're interested. When discourse phenomena are as far as certain discourse phenomena are concerned in articles. So let's say you have a named entity in a news article, such as this one here, and you evaluate this sentence, right? So the machine translation system will have to come up with a translation of that name of the app, for example, in this image here. And that may or may not be correct, right? But then if you look at the news article in context, a machine translation system that operates on the level of sentences is actually prone to choose a new translation every time it sees this product name in a new sentence, because it cannot really access the decision it has made in the previous sentence, right? So this is actual output from Hassan et al. Study, what their machine translation system produces. This is a very good machine translation system, but in 3 consecutive sentences, you actually see that this product name is actually gets 3 different translations. Whereas in human translation, on the other hand, well, this doesn't really happen. Of course, human translators, they consider document level context. And once they make a decision on how to translate a certain named entity, they will probably use this translation throughout the document. So really, the traditions in research on human translation and machine translation have been different, right? So in human translation quality evaluation experiments, we typically see qualified raters, translators, professional translators normally, giving specific feedback on, well, typically few samples, right? So what they would do is they would probably look at one document and then really give detailed feedback about what's good or what's not so good in a translation. In machine translation, on the other hand, we often have lay people. Frankly, in WMT, for example, the raters are typically crowd workers or sometimes MT researchers themselves, who are certainly not certified professional translators. And they give, I would argue, vague feedback. They basically grade translations, but they consider more samples. They look at more sentences, for example. And really what we get in such studies in the field of machine translation typically is, well, scores, basically, something like this. So you would see that some system, maybe this is a machine translation system here, and this is human translations that have been rated. Okay, they get a quality score, but you may ask, what does that tell us now? Maybe you can assess things such as that there is no statistical difference between the scores that 2 systems have produced, but is this really that interesting? So what we looked at is another evaluation method, if you will. We actually created mixed origin pseudo documents, I called this here, for people to evaluate machine translation and professional translations. What does that look like? Let's just jump over here. Well, basically, we conduct an experiment in which we have our test materials translated by professional human translators and also by a domain-specific machine translation system, right? And we have our, let's see. So what we then do is we create a mixed document where the outputs of both the, just to jump back here, the translations that the human translator produced and the machine translation system produced, they are mixed together in a random fashion. So what people see in the experiment is a translation of, well, presumably the full document, but some segments stem from MT and the others stem from human translators. This is a blind evaluation, so the people who rate these outputs, they won't know the origin of each segment. We then ask these raters, who in our case are professional human translators, to do two things basically, or three things actually. We ask them to post-edit the segments, and again, they can be either from a specialized human translator or from a machine translation system. So that we can then, well, compute standard metrics such as edit distance, for example. But then we also ask them to indicate whether certain errors, and in our case, we used 3 error categories, so problems with terminology, omissions, and typography, whether these errors occur in these segments. Now, of course, what we can then do is we can map this back to, well, the origin, and say, okay, so I don't know, the edit distance in segments that have been produced by human translators is X on average, and the edit distance in segments that have been produced by machine translation systems, well, that's Y on average. And then we can basically do the same for error counts. Okay, so in the experiment we conducted, we did exactly this with product and process documentations from the insurance domain. Translations stemmed from, well, we would argue a strong domain-adapted NMT model. Among other things, there was this terminology inclusion method integrated that Dino et al. Proposed last year. And human translation, on the other hand, was produced by specialized, experienced professionals in that insurance domain for a customer they had actually worked for before. The language pairs we looked at were German to English, German to French, and German to Italian. So the results, and I think you'll find the details in the paper, of course. We can look at them briefly. You see them here. So basically what we can then do is what I said before, right? So we can say, for example, in the number of segments that have been produced by humans and machines, we can see, okay, on average, here, for example, in German to English, 10% had a problem with terminology, whereas 5.3% of these segments produced by professionals had a problem with terminology. And then we can compare these, and we can also, of course, compute, well, whether, or assess, test basically whether the difference between human and machine translation in this particular category is statistically significant or not. But there's a caveat here, of course, the sample size is rather modest in the things that we looked at here. So we have around, well, it's in the paper, but between 300 and 500 segments per language pair. So really, if there is not a statistically significant difference, this may also be caused by the fact that there are not too many samples that we could analyze. But again, you see a few interesting things in terms of, well, edit distance, for example. So what you see here is sentences that actually needed editing, so minimum edit distance bigger than 0. Well, human translations in 13% of these segments, people actually needed to make edits or thought they need to make edits. And it was the case in 25% when you look at machine translation. And really, the remainder of these segments were perfect matches, right? So it also means that 75% of the segments that the machine translation system produced actually needed no editing at all. But of course, now machine translation is worse in this setting in terms of edit distance than human translation. Yeah, you see similar pictures in other language pairs. Basically, in German to French, it's rather similar. Again, machine translation needs more edits. One interesting finding is that in, well, one of the language pairs we looked at, German to Italian, that was not so much the case. So in this setting, machine translation segments actually needed fewer edits on average. So there were more perfect matches, if you will, from a machine translation system. And also in terms of terminology, this is interesting. So people pretty much said, okay, human translation and machine translation, they, well, on average at least contain, well, the same number of terminology errors, but we can of course discuss whether the evaluation method influenced this to some extent. I'm happy to take questions after this talk, obviously. So in summary, I think we can still say that machine translation in this setting required more post editing than human translation. But this was only the case for 2 out of 3 language pairs that we looked at. And it's important to state, I think, that most human and MT segments required no post editing at all in all of these settings, which is also quite a remarkable finding, I would argue. And really, in terms of omissions, terminology errors, and typographical errors, so the 3 error categories we looked at, the numbers between human and machine translation were rather similar. There was no statistically significant difference between human and machine translation in most language pairs. But again, this may also be well caused by the small sample size that we have. There's lots of things that we can discuss here, of course, in this experimental setting. Now, obviously, this mix of human and machine translation itself would generate disfluencies. I mean, we did this on the level of segments. You could as well do it on the level of paragraphs. And well, what we would argue is maybe that because this is really random, the disfluencies that are introduced are maybe the same, or the disadvantage is the same for machine translations and human translations. Then on the other hand, of course, especially in terms of terminology, this might not necessarily be true. So that's certainly a thing that needs further investigation and can be discussed. We also didn't use a CAT tool in this evaluation, simply because it was easier for us to have people give feedback on errors and also comments on segments. But that's not really a realistic scenario if we're looking at professional translation. So using a CAT tool here could be an improvement, I guess. I mentioned this before. So the absence of statistically significant differences is not too meaningful in this study, maybe due to the limited sample size. But crucially, I think it also wasn't our intent to actually compute these significances, right? So we were not so much interested if human and machine translation achieve the same quality, but rather in how they actually differ. And of course, I can only tell you the gist in this presentation here. But if you have these error annotations on the segment level and also edit distance, for example, you can actually use these metrics to then look at specific segments and see, okay, what does actually happen? So really one question we had here was in terms of terminology, how do human and machine translation differ in this specialized domain? And the finding was, well, maybe not so much in the end. Okay, so conclusions. Well, we have presented this, well, maybe new evaluation method that, in our opinion, fosters equal rigor in evaluating humans and machine translations. We have seen that machine translation requires more post editing than human translation, 2 out of 3 language pairs at least, but we've also seen similar number of omissions, terminology errors, and typographical errors in these outputs. Now, this experimental manipulation, so blinding the origin of segments, really worked in our case. We had actually one particular, well, they were also able to leave comments for each segment, right? And in one instance, a rater actually commented, well, here, NMT hat überkorrigiert, NMT has overcorrected. But in fact, this segment actually stemmed from human translation. And if we're discussing this whole parity thing here, I'm rather critical myself, whether we should do that at all. But I'd say it's at least an interesting finding, right? So we produced these pseudo documents and didn't tell people that they were created in this way. We told them, okay, this is all created by machine translation. And well, at least people didn't seem to notice, which is, well, an interesting finding in itself, I believe. All right, that's it from my side. I'd say I'd really suggest you have a look at the paper if you think this is interesting, and I'm happy to take questions then.
Thanks a lot, Samuel, for the nice presentation and for being on time. There are plenty of questions that I'm trying to summarize. So there are some requests for clarification. The first one is if the postulator knows that there is a mix of human and machine translation segments.
No, they don't. They are told that this is that they are post-editing machine translation output, and this can be debated. I'd say, well, you may even say that there are ethical concerns in doing that and stuff. This was in an industrial setting, but so no, for this study we didn't tell them.
Okay, thanks a lot. And then there's another question about the fact that the translator didn't use a cut tool. What was their translation process? What material tools did they use?
Yeah, good question. So we did this in, okay, shame on ourselves, Excel. And I think, well, truth is maybe many LSPs still send Excel sheets back and forth. So really this was one setting. I mean, translators certainly knew how to use the tool itself, right? But in terms of terminology, there was certainly a disadvantage, because when these specialized translators work with a CAT tool, they normally have a term base activated, of course, and then as they work on a segment, well, maybe some terminology will be highlighted in this environment. And this obviously wasn't the case when they worked with Excel. So they had to actually access this terminology database offline, if you will, and switch back and forth between the tools. Yeah.
Okay, there is 3-4 questions that are on the same topic. Is what made you decide looking specific at this type of issues in terms of error? Why is exactly this error and not others?
Yeah, good question. This is, as I said, maybe this was actually in an industrial setting, basically. So there was really there was a client from the insurance domain that wanted domain-specific machine translation systems, and then see whether these are actually useful, like what level of quality they reach. And they wanted to know a bit more than just, okay, yeah, it's about the same than machine translation or a human translation, sorry. And these error types were particularly interesting for that client. That was one thing. But then on the other hand, of course, we looked at the NMT literature, papers by Shaila Castillo, for example, back in 2017, they're also referenced in the paper, where at least terminology, problems with domain-specific terminology and omissions have been identified as something that machine translation systems often do wrong. But I guess the question aims at, well, there are other types of errors that are also known to be in machine translation output. So yeah, that was just a setting. We also had limited time at the end of the day we used in this study. But the evaluation method lends itself to including any error categories, I would argue.
Okay, so really the number of questions is exploding. So I'm trying to to take what I can. So one is, did you measure the editing time?
We did not. No, we did not in this study. We actually gave, it's also in the paper, we gave people a limited time frame. So we, in a sense, put them under time pressure. This is maybe realistic for professional translation, and also it has shown to increase cognitive function in other translation experiments. So they had a limited period of time, but we didn't measure on the segment level how long it took people to post edit, for example, or rate these translations.
So then there is another clarification, probably. Was there only one German language rater, one French language rater, and one Italian language rater, or you have more than one?
Yeah, we have more than one. It was, I believe, please have a look at the paper. It was 4 raters for German to French and German to Italian, and 2 raters for German to English.
Okay, and still again about the rater, if what each rater does see, the source and the output to rate, or it's a blind rater of the output? So do you show them the source and the output, or you show only the output to the rater?
Ah, yes, of course, the source and the output. Maybe I can briefly share my screen again, so just to make sure. It was at some point in the presentation. So if we look back, what raters see is really, where it is this, right? They see the source, they see a target, but they don't see what system, so system meaning machine or human, produce the segment, but they see both. And then they can basically edit this and then annotate the error categories here.
Okay, thanks. And just still about the rater, are they native speaker in the source or in the target language, or in both? Well, native speaker in both they cannot, of course, but.
Yeah, I mean, they're professional human translators, so they are native in the target language, and very high, especially when they're very proficient in the source languages typically. And again, in this setting, it's important to notice, I think, that they were really specialized in producing translations for this very domain that we tested, right? So in the insurance domain, those were professional human translators.
Okay, then there is a question by Barry. You conclude that the MT mostly require more post-editing than human translation, yet so not significant difference in the 3 error types. Does this mean that MT is making other unannotated errors, or if so, what might they be?
Yeah, it's a good point, and that's something that follows from our conclusions, I would say. The caveat still is that this finding that machine translation requires more post-editing effort only holds for 2 out of these 3 languages, right? But certainly there are other errors involved here. A very good point. I don't want to speculate. Obviously, I think we'd have to look at the data more carefully to reassess this. But I think that's a good observation.
Then I have a question myself. When I was reading the paper, I know I was so curious about the fact that you ask the post-editor not to take care about style. Do you think that this choice penalizes the human translation more than MT?
Yeah, it's style. Maybe the instructions were a bit too concise, also, like given by the limitations we had in the paper. I mean, post-editing guidelines, and I think there's people who are certainly more specialized in post-editing guidelines than myself in this call. I could imagine. I would appreciate any feedback. So one problem that we sometimes see, and especially if a company wants people to be productive, right, is that they just edit a translation, maybe reformulate some things and stuff. And in this domain, that wasn't really what people wanted, right? So people were asked not to change the translation because it would sound a bit better. But in that sense, maybe the question aims at highlighting the fact that if style is really, really important, then it comes down to the tiny bits and subtleties, maybe then, this could influence what we do here. So maybe that's a valid point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly the answer to about the question. Let me see.
Okay.
So let me look into another question. There is a question. Are you interested in evaluating the quality of the edited target as well at some point? So to evaluate the post edits, let me see.
Yeah. We should look at that. Yeah, good point. Good point. This is an artificial setting still. In the sense that, in the end, but maybe actually people do this in the end when they use a machine translation, like a TM and an MT system. Basically, they also have human translations mixed with machine translations. So looking at the quality of the edits then would be interesting. Yeah, good point. We should do that.
Yeah. So I think I have time only for the last question. Sorry, I was found, but I have plenty of questions. I found one that I want to ask and now I lost it. So, well, this one by Antonio. Did you see any striking differences across rater? For example, one rater MT better than another one?
Honestly, we didn't analyze this on the rater level. We saw, like, of course, there's some variance in like pulse edits and distance and stuff. Nothing struck us as particularly well different in the sense. I mean that three translators did A and then one was very particular and did B. But we didn't analyze this in detail, and maybe that's something we should look at in more detail too.
Okay, so I really apologize for a lot of people that ask questions. I think you can write an email to Samuel for all your question or in one of the Slack channels. So let's thank Samuel for the nice presentation and let's move on to the next presentation. Thanks a lot, Samuel.
Thanks to you.
Okay, so sorry, I got lost in plenty of it's here. So the next presentation is by Merit Koponen, Umut Sulubakak, Kaisa Vitikainen, and Jorge Tiedemann, and is MT for subtitling user evaluation of post-editing productivity. And I think the speaker is Merit.
Yes, hello.
So, hi, Merit. And yeah, so go ahead and I will bother you when it's a couple of minutes to the end of your presentation, okay?
Okay, I'll try sharing my slides here, just a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks a lot, Mary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So greetings from Helsinki, Finland to everyone. I am indeed presenting work carried out together with my colleagues Umut Sulubacak, Kaisa Vitikainen, and Jörg Tiedemann at the University of Helsinki and the Finnish broadcasting company Yle. To give you a bit of a background on this work, this is part of a larger EU-funded project called MEMAD, or Methods for Managing Audiovisual Data. The project as a whole develops tools and methods for managing audiovisual data, as the title says. So there are work packages on things like video descriptions, different types of metadata, face recognition, and so forth. At the University of Helsinki, we have been working on the work package 4 for multimodal and multilingual machine translation. Includes also collaboration with the other project partners. And we have been mainly focusing on interlingual subtitling and machine translation for that purpose, although there are some experiments also with other types of metadata and descriptions. We have been working with both fully automatic machine translation, so something where you would get the machine translation directly to the user without any post-editor input, and also with machine translation as a translator's tool, so basically post-editing of MT subtitles. Since Yle, the project partner, is a public broadcaster, our main interest has been in news and current affairs type of programming, although in our experiments we have also included some data from different genres, mainly lifestyle and culture type programming, so where you have a program host talking about different types of cultural events or lifestyle issues like cooking or sewing or so forth. No real fiction included in these specific tests. And for this particular presentation, I am focusing on some productivity tests, which we carried out with subtitle translators who work at the Finnish public broadcasting company Yle. So all of our participants were either in-house translators for this broadcaster or freelancers who have experience working for them for several years. A few words about machine translation and audiovisual translation in general. So as we know, MT and post-editing has been making its way into various settings. Also in Finland, although we are probably a bit behind the curve in some of the other countries and in many of the so-called larger language pairs. So it's only quite recently that we have seen any market increase of post-editing in Finland in general. Even less so for audio-visual translation, so for subtitling, for example. And in general, it appears that MT and PE is less commonly used in the audiovisual setting. There are some researchers who have suggested that actually subtitles as such would be particularly suitable for machine translation because they generally contain fairly simple language and short sentences and so forth. On the other hand, audiovisual content and subtitles have their own features which may make machine translation more complicated. On the other hand, there is also the fact that the tools that audiovisual translators and subtitle translators use are not really optimal for integrating machine translation and post-editing. They have not been designed with that in mind. So that's also something that has been suggested to be hindering the integration of MT in this field in general. There are some other projects and also some information from the field that this is coming. When we started our experiments in November last year, at that point, I did not know anyone in Finland using MT for audiovisual translation, but during this year, we have heard of some instances where it is being brought into production use, although it's difficult to say how widely spread it is at this point. So about those AV translation features or subtitle translation features that may make MT a bit more complicated. So subtitles, which you see on the screen while the program is happening in the background, they are limited in the sense that you can only fit a certain number of characters on screen. There are different types of definitions for different languages and to some extent also different platforms and different broadcasters. But in any case, there are limitations to how much text you can show on the screen. And on the other hand, you have to then balance that with the reading time. So how long does the subtitle frame, which shows one segment, have to be on the screen so that it is readable for the person watching the program? And obviously, you have to then think about how to fit the speech and what is being said into those limited number of characters and for that limited reading time. So for these technical reasons, subtitle translation involves a lot of rephrasing and condensation. So quite commonly, the translator needs to omit something and decide on what is the key point in a message and then provide that in a condensed form. So even with intralingual subtitles, so subtitles written in the same language as the original audio are not necessarily exactly the same as in the spoken and in the text form. Okay, so then about the first user experiments, which we describe in the paper submitted for this conference. So these were carried out late last year in November and early December. It involved 4 language pairs from Finnish into English and from Finnish into Swedish, and then from English into Finnish and Swedish into Finnish. And these language pairs were chosen because Finnish and Swedish are the 2 national languages, or the 2 major national languages, I should say, while English is probably the most commonly used foreign language in Finland. We had 12 participants, so 3 translators in each language pair. And as I mentioned, all of them had experience working for this particular public broadcaster as subtitlers. 2 of our participants indicated that they had previously tested MT for subtitling, although from what we gathered, these were only just some small experiments they did on their own, nothing very formal in the industry setting. The others mentioned that they had used MT in general, but not for the purpose of subtitling. We gave them tasks to subtitle short video clips. Each clip was about 3 minutes long. Either we selected clips that were already in this range, or they were cut from a longer program so that each video had like a self-contained segment that could be used on its own without the rest of the program. They were given the instructions to produce subtitles that would be acceptable for broadcasting on the channel, although we also told them to approach this as kind of a rush order. So they sometimes have to subtitle things quite fast and not spend excessive time on polishing the subtitles. So we told them treat this as one of those jobs. Each of the participants used their preferred subtitling software. Most of them used WinCap's Quantum 4 or Q4, while some preferred to use Spot, which is a very similar program. I'll show you a screenshot in a moment. And the machine translations were imported as SRT files, which contained the subtitle segments and also the time codes for the subtitles. We recorded process data with input log, comparing 2 different MT models and translation from scratch. The machine translations were created using human-generated intralingual subtitles as source text. So we did not go directly from audio in this experiment, rather from intralingual subtitles. And I won't go into the details of the MT models themselves because I do not have time in this presentation, but I would direct you to the paper, which can be found in the proceedings. So here, to give you an idea of what our participants saw, here's a screen capture from the WinCap's Q4, which most of them used. So you have the video there, which they can watch. And then the pre-segmented subtitles are on the right. And this is a piece of machine translation from a European election debate, which was used as part of the experiments. Okay. So what did we discover in our experiments? So here, first of all, we compared task times with post-editing compared to task times when they translated from scratch. And by from scratch, we mean that they worked in what is the normal setting for these participants. So they don't have pre-made subtitle templates, which are used in some cases. But with this particular broadcaster, and especially for this type of content, the subtitlers work directly from the audio. So they do the so-called spotting themselves, the timing and segmentation of the subtitles, as well as the translation. And in the figure, you can see the 4 language pairs. So Finnish to English, English to Finnish, Finnish to Swedish, and Swedish to Finnish. And 3 participants, A, B, C, in each language pair. These are not the same 3 people in every case. There is a separate A, B, and C in each language pair. They just ended up being named that in the graphs. The darker bars in each case represent task times during post-editing, and the lighter bars are the no machine translation condition, so translating from scratch. And the wider bar behind each of the language pair bars is the average for that particular language pair. And these task times include only the time spent in the subtitling software. So internet searches and whatever else they may have done during the task were filtered out. And the key points we can take from this picture was that on average, post-editing was faster than translation, although there is considerable variation between the different participants, different clips, different content types. So it's hard to make a definitive conclusion from this. And we noticed that there are, in fact, 5 participants who are slower when they are doing post-editing than when they are translating from scratch. The other process metric we looked at was the number of keystrokes. So here again showing the averages. Same thing here. So the 4 language pairs, 3 participants in each language pair. The darker bar is post-editing and the lighter bar is no MT, so from scratch. And also these graphs include only the keystrokes that they did in the subtitling software. So internet searches and other things like that are filtered out. Here we notice again that on average, you use fewer keystrokes in post-editing, which probably can be expected since some of the text is already there. You don't have to type it from the beginning. However, there are 2 who use more keystrokes when they are post-editing. One thing to notice here is that keystrokes, as shown here, include also things like navigation, so using the arrow keys to move around in the text. So that was something that may have affected these to at least some extent. Some of the participants moved around quite a bit, but that would need to be analyzed more specifically. So the other things you would need to do while post-editing, of course, is deleting some text due to errors and so forth. We can also see here that there is again variation between the participants and between the different clips and so forth. Okay. Some key takeaways from the translator's comments. So we also carried out an interview with each of them after they had completed their post-editing tasks. And what we noticed there was that overall, the comments about MT quality were not particularly negative. Overall, they found it reasonably good. And there were comments that it would be useful for at least some for some content, not necessarily everything. They disagreed on what would be a good content type for MT. There were some who felt that, for example, the election debates would be a good content type, while others said that, well, maybe more for the light lifestyle programming with the simple language, it would be good. Some said that they preferred it for terminological help with topics they did not know that much about, while others felt that they really want to have machine translation only if it's something that they already know a lot about, so that they don't get misled by potential errors in the MT. They did, of course, point out problems with the MT quality, so mistranslations, unidiomatic language, odd word choices, and so forth. Quite common issues we've all seen. But the main criticism really concerned subtitle spotting, so the way that the subtitles were segmented and also the timing. And these are very important issues for the subtitle translators. And I'll show you a couple of examples here. So here we have side by side. On the left is the Finnish source. So these are the intralingual subtitles created from Finnish audio. Then in the middle, the machine translated version, and on the right, the post-edited version. And something that we noticed happening with many of these clips were that there were points where part of what should have been in one segment actually started falling forward to the next segment, and then that kept pushing the translation forward. So for example, here only the first word of the Finnish source in the first segment shown, samalla, that corresponds to at the same time. but the rest of that segment ends up in the second one. And then part of the second one ends up in the third one, and so on, until we get to what is labeled 0018. So that's the frame number 18, where the Finnish original has actually gone missing. It's omitted completely in the MT version. So that's sometimes happens with the NMT systems that we use, that some things, either parts of a segment or in this particular case, a full segment, went missing completely. And then, of course, the post editor has corrected this. But if you compare these, you can see that there's actually not that many changes made to the MT itself. So that's quite interesting. So some of our segmentation issues were like this. The alignment and timing was off. And this bothered the translators a lot. They complained about that frequently. Then on the other hand, we also see other types of cases. For example, here, where again, the Finnish intralingual subtitles on the left, the MT version in the middle, and then a post-edited version on the right. And it's not entirely clear why the translator has changed this the way it has been changed. So the MT version is actually, as a translation, it's acceptable. It expresses what the original Finnish subtitles say, but the translator felt that it doesn't really work as subtitles. So what they did was they combined those two first segments and condensed the message considerably. So it's sometimes difficult to balance between these types of situations. Is it clearly wrong, or is it something that the translator just feels does not work as a subtitle?
Sorry, Marit, you have 1 minute left.
Yes, thank you. I'm coming to the end. So that was a big concern for the translators. Also, we had some concerns about the effect of MT and post-editing on their processes and the quality of the final translation. We have to note that our translators did not have previous experience with post-editing, so that may have affected their experience to some extent. On the other hand, we should note that most of them were actually open to using MT in the future. And I'll just quickly tell you a little bit about what we've been doing during this year. So a new subtitle translation pipeline has been in the development. We've tried to improve the segmentation and alignment issues that came up, and we've run some experiments that included speech-to-text MT for the post editors to test. We've done a new round of user experiments. The analysis of that data is still underway. We only got the last set of data in October, so we haven't had time to fully process it yet. But what I can tell you as preliminary observations, this time the translators appear to have a more positive opinion of the MT quality. They still bring up issues, but the overall sense is more positive. We managed to improve the segmentation and alignment, although they're still not completely satisfied with it. Effect on productivity does not appear entirely clear. So we're again at the sometimes it's faster, but sometimes not point. And finally, we discovered that the speech-to-text MT was not considered sufficient by basically anybody participating in the experiments. Okay, thank you. I will finish here, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thanks a lot, Marit, for the nice presentation. Yeah, we have plenty of questions, so I start from the beginning and let's see where we arrive. So the first question is, when you use interlingual subtitle as source, were they not already condensed?
Yes, so those were intralingual subtitles that were created originally for broadcasting, so there is some condensation in those subtitles already.
Okay, then there is another question. Do you know if they use a public MT engine when doing their human version? When they translate from scratch, are you sure they don't use some available MT?
Well, at least according to our subtitlers, they don't. And so we only had 2 who said that they had even tried doing that ever. Their comments were that they did not consider it workable. So we have also something I didn't explicitly mention, but in the translator's comments, there were also things like, well, I've seen quality from these public engines like Google Translate and so forth, and I think it's really bad. I think these are actually better, and comments like that. Although I was amused by the point in Sam's previous presentation that they complimented something as better than Google when it was actually Google. So that may happen as well.
Okay, thanks. Another question is, when translator disagreed about the content type useful for machine translation post-edit, was there a difference depending on the language pair?
Not really. One of the things we did notice was that one of the Finnish content types, so where the source language was Finnish, was this kind of a youth-oriented programming, which had very like colloquial language and almost slang and so forth. And that was something that, so that was translated into English and Swedish. And that was something that the translators did not consider suitable for MT because the colloquial language didn't really get translated properly. But we did not have that same content type for Swedish or English because we didn't have one available. So we can't say if that's dependent on the language direction or if in general this type of youth-oriented programming would not be good.
Okay, I see, that's clear. So another question, was the MT standard an MT or a multimodal MT taking the video into account?
These the models that we used were not multimodal.
Also because I think it's difficult that what I saw in our experience, if it's difficult to find a video where the video is useful for translating what they're saying. In our case, the video is completely useless. Yeah. Sorry, I partially answered to the question.
Yeah. We have some experiments with multimodal systems as well, but not in this particular case.
Okay, so there is another question. I don't understand the segmentation issue. If the source language SRT is imported to a CAT tool to translate with the MT engine, I will not write the line break, but at least it will not jump between segments. Isn't that right? Yeah.
That's something I didn't really explain clearly. So we did not translate the source language SRTs as such. Rather, we translated the intralingual subtitles as documents and then fit the translated version back into the original subtitles. So the subtitle segments were first combined into larger segments, then translated, and then divided back into the target SRT. Because if we translate just the short segments themselves, which are sometimes not even full sentences, they can be just a part of a sentence, you get very choppy translation that is even worse quality like that, because then the MT system tries to treat each of them as separate. So I think I hope I explained that well enough. I think we may have Jörg Tiedemann in the call if you want to correct my answer.
Yeah, by the way, you can continue questions and answer in the research track. So probably is the way where probably Jörg can give more information about this question. I have another question. How was the original SDH version produced? Typing or voice recording?
I don't know for sure. Some of the subtitlers do use ASR and then post-edit that, or do re-speaking and then post-edit that. I would need my co-author Kaisa Vitikainen here to tell you more about the exact data that was used in this experiment.
I think the research track is the perfect place where to continue this discussion.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry if I overcome the other question, but my point is, in your evaluation, you evaluate everything, because you evaluate the spotting, you evaluate the segmentation, you evaluate the empty quality, you evaluate also, when you collect the time, the capability of a postulator to work with its own tool. So if one tool is faster than another, probably you measure this. Do you have any plan to try to decouple this factor and to see what contribute more to the result that you get?
That would be an interesting question as well. As said, in this experiment, we can't really compare different tools in terms of the interface where they worked. The reason we chose this particular setting where they work each in their preferred environment was that, especially at Yle, it was felt that it would be important to run these in what would be like the realistic situation, that this would be the program that they work with. And although it has some limitations, those limitations would exist in the real world scenario where it would be used.
Yeah. I think it will be interesting also if you can decouple the spotting time, the capability to create a high conformity subtitles with the translation quality, because maybe the quality is super high, but the problem is more in the spotting and the other part.
Yeah, there were actually some comments directly from the translators saying like, it may be that actually I wouldn't have needed to change the translation so much, but because the segmentation and timing was off, I started to change things that I didn't really need to.
Yeah.
So that is also an interesting question to consider.
Yeah. So I think we have close to, but we are at the end of this lot. So thanks a lot, Marit. There are 4 questions that I cannot cover. I apologize with the audience. I think you can cover them in the research and question answer. So let's move
I'll
to the
be
next
in the Slack. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Mari. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So the next presentation is by Alan Anthony, Argai Bhattacharya, Jaipal Good, and Radhika Mamidi, leveraging multilingual resource for language invariant sentiment analysis. So the presenter is, I think, is Alan Anthony. Hi, Alan. Welcome.
Hi.
So I leave you the stage, and I will bother you when you're around 2 minutes from the end of the slot. Okay.
Okay. So I hope everyone can see me, and I hope the audio is clear.
Yeah, everything was fine. If you can share the screen, I think.
Yeah. So, yeah, can you guys see?
Yes, we can see there is some background noise, maybe. So, well, anyway, it's okay.
Yeah, okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Alan Anthony, and I'll be presenting the paper titled Leveraging Multilingual Resources for Language Invariant Sentiment Analysis. So, the co-authors of the paper are Argai Bhattacharya, Jaipal Singh, and Radhika Mambi. So, we are from the NLP lab at the International Institute of Information Technology in Hyderabad. Now, before I go into the presentation, I think it's best if I give a very high-level understanding of what we did. So, in a nutshell, what we did is we developed a new architecture that can leverage data in multiple high-resource languages and train a model on that.
Sorry, Alan. There is it's not easy to hear you quite well. There is some sound is quite bad. Do you have the hearing that may help you to present?
I think I'll just switch the fan off. Maybe that might help.
Try now.
So how about now? Yeah, how about now?
It's a bit better. Yes, please stay closer to the video so I think we can hear you a bit better. Thanks.
Okay. So I think it's clear now, yeah?
Now it's much better. Thanks a lot.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'll give a very high-level understanding of what we did. So what we did is we developed a new architecture that can use data in multiple high-resource languages, and then train a model on that, and using transfer learning, kind of transfer that knowledge to a low-resource language. And we did this for the task of sentiment analysis. Okay. Now, I'll briefly go through the motivation behind us pursuing this line of research. So if you look at sentiment analysis in 2020, you can see a lot of very high performing machines, a lot of great architectures that can achieve state-of-the-art performance, sometimes even achieving human-like accuracies. But the problem with these methods is they use a lot of data. So they're all based on neural networks or deep learning. So that requires a lot of data to train. And for most languages in the world, such data is just not available. So that's the problem with low resource languages. Now, one straightforward way of solving this problem is, well, obviously to create new data. So why not create a new annotated corpora? But it's very hard to develop and maintain an annotated corpora because it's too expensive and it's time consuming to make. So researchers in the past have, to solve this problem, researchers in the past have resorted to unsupervised learning techniques. But these unsupervised techniques usually lag behind their supervised counterparts in terms of performance. So, and another way that researchers have tried to solve this problem is by using transfer learning. So there are many various kinds of transfer learning. So you have transductive transfer learning, inductive transfer learning. But in this presentation, I'll focus on cross-lingual transfer learning. So what is cross-lingual transfer learning? So let's assume that you want to do some NLP task in a low resource language, let's say Hindi. So what you do is you try to train a model on a high resource language and somehow map that model to Hindi. So, but most of these models that use transfer learning rely on something called cross-lingual resources. So cross-lingual resources can be of many kinds. So you can have, let's say, the same problems from English and Hindi, okay? So if, let's assume that a machine translation system like Google Translate is a cross-lingual resource. So what you do is you take the Hindi sentence, put it through Google Translate, and you get the English sentence, and then do your NLP task on that and use that for prediction. But the problem is you are kind of reliant on the performance of these machine translation systems. And if that system makes an error, that error gets propagated to your model. And another problem is these cross-lingual resources might not exist for most languages. So same as before, it's very hard to develop these corpora. So these cross-lingual resources will not be available for many languages in the world. Okay, and there are different kinds of cross-lingual resources. So you can say a bilingual dictionary is a cross-lingual resource, bilingual word embeddings as well. Okay, now keeping that in mind, I'll go through the main contributions of this paper. So we developed a model that's capable of performing sentiment analysis using transfer learning without using any cross-lingual supervision. So we don't use any cross-lingual resources or any language-specific features. And we evaluated our technique in two different settings. So one setting is called the low resource setting, where we assume that a little amount of data is available in the low resource language, little amount in the sense of in the orders of thousands or hundreds. Now, so in machine learning terminology, it's called few shot learning in the low resource setting. And the other setting that we tried was it's called the no resource setting, where we assume there is no data, no labeled data that's available in the target language. So in essence, the model is learning to predict on unseen languages. So in terminology speaking, I think it's called zero shot learning. Now we named our model LISA, and LISA stands for Language Invariant Sentiment Analyzer. Now, to test this system, we use two data sets, and one of them is the Amazon data set, which is publicly available. And another one is the Sentirama data set, which is developed by our lab at IIIT. And it's a low resource data set in Telugu, and Telugu is a Indian language. Okay. I think I'll talk a bit about the Amazon dataset and what we use for training and what we use for testing. So the multilingual Amazon review text classification dataset, I'll just refer it to as the Amazon dataset, was developed by Pettenhofer and Stein. So you have Amazon labeled products in 4 different languages. You have English, French, German, and Japanese. And in 3 different domains, you have books, DVD, and music. So what we did was we used the train sets for training our model, and we used the test set for testing our models. And I think it's important to know that we did not use the unlabeled set at all, except to train maybe language model. So to to learn some word embeddings. And I think it's also important to note that these reviews are not translations of each other. So they are product reviews in different languages for different domains. They're not translations of each other. Okay. Now I think I'll move on to the Sentinel dataset. So the Sentinel dataset was developed by researchers in our lab, and what they crawled the internet for book reviews, movie reviews, product reviews, and song lyrics. And they assigned a label to it, positive or negative, denoting the sentiment. So in our experiments, we did not use the products or lyrics. We just focused on books and movies because it has similar counterparts to the Amazon dataset. So to prevent any cross-domain discrepancies, we just use the books and movies. And we did an 80-20 train test split for our experiments. Okay. Now I'll talk a bit about the hypothesis of our paper. So we are in a setting where you have multiple labeled data points in multiple high resource languages. And in your target low resource language, you have just a limited amount of data and sometimes no amount of data. Now, the first thing that we do is you learn monolingual word embeddings and you project them to a multilingual shared embedding space. And then you train an encoder on this multilingual embedding space to learn a sentence representation for the review, etc. And now the final hidden state of our encoder is sent to a sentiment classifier. Now, I think it's obvious the goal of the sentiment classifier is to predict the sentiment. And the same final hidden state is passed concurrently to a language discriminator. Now, the goal of the language discriminator is to incorrectly predict the source language that the sentence comes from. So you are in a setting where your encoder tries to produce features that can correctly classify the sentiment, but incorrectly classify the source language. So in a way, it's learning to predict the sentiment irrespective of the language that it comes from. So we hypothesize that in this setting, the features that are learned by our encoder will be language agnostic or language invariant. Now, I think I'll go into the different components that make up Lisa. Okay. So the first thing is we needed to make a monolingual word embeddings for all the words in different languages in our data set. The way we use fast text embeddings, we first trained monolingual fast text embeddings for every word in the data set. And to project them to a multilingual embedding space, we use the Muse technique. Now, I won't go much into how exactly Muse works, but I'll note that Muse was developed by Facebook. And what it does is it uses adversarial training to find a linear mapping from one monolingual embedding space to another. So this is what the multilingual embedding space looks like. So the main essence is if you have a word, so different words from different languages that have similar meaning will be close together in this multilingual embedding space. Now, the next thing is the multilingual sequence encoder. So I think this is just a fancy name that my co-authors came up with to denote a group of encoders. So in our experiments, we used LSTMs, GRUs, bi-LSTMs, and bi-GRUs. And so what happens is the Muse embeddings are sequentially passed through this encoder to get a final hidden state, or you can call them the repeat vector. Now this hidden state is sent to a sentiment analyzer and the language discriminator at the same time. So first we'll go through the sentiment analyzer. I think it's fairly simple to understand this component because its goal is just to predict the sentiment of the sentence. So you have the final hidden state, you pass it through a linear layer, which is activated with the leaky-Rayleigh activation function, pass it through another linear layer, and then softmax for binary classification, positive or negative. Now, the next is the language discriminator. So the same hidden layer as before is passed through something called the GRL lambda layer. Now the GRL lambda layer stands for gradient reversal layer. Now during the forward pass, when you train the model during the forward pass, the GRL lambda layer acts as the identity function. So it just passes the input to the output. So it doesn't do anything during the forward pass. Now, so this hidden layer goes directly through to the first linear layer, which is activated with leaky ReLU, another linear layer, and then softmax, where the number of classes in your softmax is the number of languages that you use to train. Now, during backpropagation, what happens is this component reverses the gradients and scales it by a factor of lambda, where lambda is a hyperparameter in your network. So in essence, what it does is it multiplies the gradients that flow through here by negative lambda. So let's go through just a small example. So if you have a sentence in English and this component that correctly predicts that this is an English sentence, so we are teaching it to penalize the model. Okay. So this is the entire Lisa architecture when you keep all the components there. So just a quick run through of how it would process a sentence. So if you have a sentence like, I really like this book, would definitely recommend it. So we do have some pre-processing that we do, like tokenization, lowercase, etc. And the first thing that we do is we find the word embeddings, the fastest embeddings of all the words in the sentence. We project them to the Muse space. So you have the Muse embeddings of those sentences, of the sentence, and that is passed sequentially to your LSTM, GRU, some kind of encoder to get the final hidden state. Now this hidden state is sent to the sentiment analyzer to get the sentiment and a language discriminator to incorrectly predict what language it comes from. So during training, what happens is we had hypothesized that it would learn to predict the sentiment regardless of what language it comes from. And during test time, we don't need this language discriminator. We just use this entire component plus the sentiment analyzer. Okay. Now, putting together everything I've said before in a more formal way, the main objective is to minimize the sentiment classification loss and maximize the language classification loss. So the sentiment classification loss is the binary cross entropy, and the language discriminator loss is the general cross entropy loss. Okay. Now I'll go through some of the experiments that we conducted on the Amazon dataset. So the first thing, like I mentioned before, is in the low resource setting. So we assume that there is limited amounts of training data in the target language. So if, let's say, for example, you want to test it on French. So what we do is we use the train sets of all the languages, including French, and then use the test set of French. Now in the no resource setting, which is the zero-shot learning, we use let's say we use the train sets of English, German, and Japanese, and then we test it on the French test set. Okay, so now another thing that I want to describe is, so we had this concern that when we saw the results that we got, we wanted to make sure that it's because of our system and not because we used Muse. So we wanted to see, we wanted to answer the question, what if the use of Muse embeddings is what's causing this huge increase in accuracies? So what we did was we conducted some ablation experiments where we removed the language discriminator completely from the network. So it is just a model where you have the Muse embeddings fed directly through to your encoder, final hidden state, and then the sentiment analyzer. Now, what we found was in the results, so these three are our results, the Lisa results, and these three are the prior state of the art that we compared against. Now, if you look, so Lisa LR stands for the low resource, Lisa NR stands for the no resource. So you can see that Lisa LR, almost all the times, it gets better performance compared with Lisa no LD. Now, no LD is the ablation experiment that we conducted. No LD for no language discriminator. Except there's an irregularity for Japanese, which I will give an explanation in the analysis section. And yeah. And these are the results that we got for the real world low resource data set. And so we compared it against the results that they produced in their paper. So they tried with an SVM and with a naive base. And you can see that we outperformed both of them, the LR model. And even here, you can see that it's consistently better than Lisa no LD. Okay. Okay, so just to conclude, we showed that we made a new transfer learning approach where we use multiple data sets in the high resource language. And so what we noticed was our models did outperform some prior models in this particular Amazon data set, but we are surprised to find that it even outperformed models that rely on cross-lingual supervision. So our cross-lingually unsupervised method was actually performing better than some models that use cross-lingual supervision, that they use cross-lingual resources. And another thing is so if you look at the results that we got from Lisa NR, which is the no resource, so zero short learning, we see that the performance is not good at all. So it's barely better than the random prediction. So we conclude that in this model, this technique cannot be used for zero shot learning. But it does not work when we don't have any data whatsoever available in the target low resource language. But it works pretty well when you have just a limited amount of training data available. Now, so this this paper was part of my overall master's thesis, where I tried to apply the same technique for other NLP tasks. And one thing that I've noticed consistently across all my experiments is it works very well when you have languages that are very similar to each other. So English, French, German, they're similar when you compare that against Japanese. So if you look at the Japanese experiments, you can see that the Lisa LR does not perform much better than Lisa no LD. It's very similar, and sometimes even Lisa no LD is better. Now, what I think is happening is this model, this technique will only keep information that is similar, that is common across all the languages in its train set. So if you use a lot of languages, a lot of dissimilar languages when you train it, it will only try to keep things that are common between all the languages. So it's not a good idea to add more languages that are very dissimilar to each other. Okay. So so other researchers in my lab have taken up this project to try to expand its scope. So they are trying this for other applications. So if I remember correctly, someone is working on this, using this for a speech processing task, which was emotion variant language identification. And we also tried this for open domain event detection, and it worked pretty well over there as well. Now, another thing is we kind of stuck with Muse as our only way to project different word embeddings to the same multilingual embedding space, but there are certainly other techniques that we need to explore. And another thing is we focused almost exclusively on using LSTMs or any kind of RNN network as our encoder. But I think in 2020, that's a bit outdated. So we need to try with other encoders like transformers. And obviously we need to try with other low resource languages as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. So we have some questions. So I start from the one from Andrea Martins. They say, regarding the objective of incorrectly predicting the language, is there a difference between this strategy and domain adversarial training, the paper by Ganin et al. 2015?
Yeah, that is a very good question. That is exactly what we're trying to do. It's the same adversarial technique.
Okay. Then I have, but there is another question, and I guess another way to tackle this would be to fine-tune a multilingual pre-trained language model that contains Telugu, for example, XLM, and fine-tune it to do sentiment classification on the language for which you have unrated data. Compared to this, what will be the advantage of your method? I had the same question, honestly speaking.
Okay, so the question is, what if you use a pre-trained multilingual encoder and then fine-tune it for predictions for low resource language, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so that, I think I can explain that with the ablation experiment that we conducted. So Muse in itself is a way to project languages to the same embedding space, yes? But what we noticed from our experiments is if you just use Muse, you don't have a lot of performance gain as compared with our technique. But I understand what you're saying. So I think there's a laser. I think it's a transformer-based multilingual encoder which has.
Well, you can use also embed.
Embed, yes, exactly. Those, I think we would have to experiment with that.
Okay, I had the same question, so Antonio took it. So I have another question, which is more clarification. So do you work at sentence level or do you work at review level?
Okay, so we do work at the review level. And I think in the presentation, I think I just assumed that sentence equals review. And in
okay.
all of our data sets, the reviews were particularly, they're not very large. So at max, it's 50 or 60 words.
Okay, okay. Okay, so are there any other questions from the audience? So let's wait for a few seconds. Yes, thank you for your presentation. There is an hypothesis that language is independent from the sentiment analysis. Why not defining a joint probability?
Why not? Can you repeat the question?
So there is a hypothesis that language is independent from the sentiment analysis. Why not define a joint probability? So if understood correctly, the question is, you assume that the representation that you obtain is independent from the final task, which is the sentiment class. So what I understood is why not having a joint probability that help you to project the word embedding at the same time focus on the sentiment problem. But really, so if Mazir, you can give more details about your question, will help us. So I'm asking the people who asked the question.
So if I understood it, he is saying is that the hypothesis, the language is, my hypothesis is that the language is independent from sentiment analysis.
Yes, that's the
So
hypothesis that you have.
I think that might be a bit misleading. It's not that the language is independent from sentiment analysis, is that what we did is try to find things that are common across languages that can be used for sentiment analysis.
Okay. Okay, I see your point.
I hope that clears your question.
Yeah, in case there is the research track where you can directly ask a question to
Yeah.
Allen and to clarify this aspect. I have another more curiosity than a question. So then you had also Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
So I was very fascinating the fact that you can sync a language where you can have a completely different alphabet, but also a very different way of expressing a language. Because in Japanese, you have an ideogram that is not representing only one single word, but it may represent more than one word. So how can you start? Because I understood that you took English as a reference language, right?
Yes.
So then you have Japanese with ideograms. So how can, so if you have an ideogram that represents more than one word, or if it's possible, maybe, how can you project them?
Okay.
For me, it's very fascinating.
If I remember correctly, we used during our pre-processing, we used Spacey to tokenize the different words for Japanese. And so we tokenized the words and we used the Muse embeddings that were there, that was provided by Facebook on the GitHub page. And so far we did not find, so there were definitely some out of vocabulary words, but most of the words were included in that Muse embeddings. So that's how we project different words to a common multilingual embedding space.
Okay, okay. And then you use only words. You don't use BPE and you don't use multi-words.
No, we use the tokens at a token level, whatever we get.
Do you think that going to some, so for instance, for reducing the number of vocabulary word to go at BPE level can be useful, or BPE or sub-word unit in general will be too small unit to contain a lot of information?
See, I think it's possible that it might be a good way, but I have some concerns about that. So let's assume that you go sub-word level, and then let's say that you do some kind of character level encoding. So that would require a lot of data to train. Word level, so character level will actually take more data to train than word level, I guess. I think that's one concern I have.
And then you have to retrain.
Yeah.
And then you have to retrain everything from scratch. While here you can use the Facebook word embeddings.
Use embeddings, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So any other questions? If no, let's wait for 1 minute, and then if there are no questions, we thank the author, and then there is the break for half an hour, and then we start with the, let me see, there is the next section. So yes. Okay, so no question. Thanks a lot, Alan, for your presentation. And yes, now there is half an hour break, and then we move to the next presentation that will be 11:30 Portugal time. Thanks a lot, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So you're free to join now the gather.town links that I posted in general. I'm going to post them again to make them more clear. See you in a bit. Hello, Amin. How's it going? You're muted.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to promote the speakers, right? So we need to promote the speakers so that they can. So the first one is Tom Cockney, right? Let me try to get him.
Yes. True.
Yeah, he's raising hands.
Tom Cockney.
Hello.
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 Yeah.
Okay, and I think Yunsun Kim is the second presenter. Okay, I cannot see Yunsun Kim.
Maybe it's not him. Maybe the Miguel Grasa is presenting.
Is Miguel in the participants?
I don't know. Let me see.
I don't see him. What are the other authors?
Herman Nai. No, Miguel Grasa is not there.
Amana is not either. Okay, so I guess we need to wait a little bit. Maybe they will join when the session starts. And so I guess Tom is the first speaker, right? So you and we're here. Perfect. Okay, we still have a couple of minutes. Yeah, I think we are all set.
Thanks.
Let me see if he's in Slack.
I think we can start, right? It's 11:29.
Yeah, well, maybe waiting 1 minute just to make sure that people are coming back from the coffee break. Okay, I mean, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I hope that you had a great time in the coffee break and you had the chance to talk to your friends, colleagues. So let's kick off this session with the presentation by Tom Cockney and Andre Boujar on efficiently reusing old models across languages via transfer learning. Okay, the stage is yours. Go ahead, Tom.
Yep. Hello, everyone. Let me share the screen. Yeah, hopefully you see it. Yes. So hello, everyone. I'm Tom Cockney, and I will be presenting our paper, Efficiently Reusing Old Models Across Languages via Transfer Learning. First of all, let me apologize if there will be some noise because we are under lockdown in Germany and there is reconstruction next to my apartment. So to the talk. What is the transfer learning? Transfer learning is a technique where we use a model that is first train on some high resource language pair where we can use as many data as we need, train the model, and whenever the model is fine-tuned, whenever the model converge, we change the target corpora to the target child low resource language pair and continue basically by fine-tuning the parent model with the child training data. This technique is usually used for whenever the parent is high resource language pair and the child use low resource language pair. It has been shown that the effectiveness of transfer learning works even for as little as 10,000 training sentences in the corpora, and that's it's very useful for low resource languages. However, there is one main drawback of the transfer learning, and that usually we need to prepare a separate parent for each individual target language pair. Usually this is due to the difference in the vocabulary of between the parent language pair and the child language pair. So the goal of this paper is to use one universal model that we could have prepared, pre-trained, and use it for various target language pairs. And to demonstrate this, we actually used a model that was trained by different researchers. And this particular one was trained by Martin Popel et al. For WMT 2019. Just to clarify, we use two models, English to Czech and Czech to English. We will always match the English side, and I will get to that point later in my talk. And also, this model have never been prepared for any transfer learning. This is just the winning model of WMT 2019 for English-Czech language pair. So first question, do we need to actually change anything? Can we just fine-tune that model without any modification with the child training data? Basically, the main restriction is the vocabulary. However, current neural networks use subwords, which can in theory encode everything. So here there is an example. If we have a Russian phrase Sierra Leone, when encoded by English-Russian vocabulary, it will be split into 3 different subwords. However, we can also use English to Czech vocabulary, and it will be split into much more subwords, in this case into 13. Here there's one important note that whenever a character is not inside of the subword vocabulary, in this case we've been using word piece implementation, it is encoded into its byte representation that is then used as instead of the character and can be split into separate ones. So let's get to the results of this just simple fine-tuning of the parent model with child language pair. We experiment with various languages and with various corpora sizes, from really low resource ones even to high resource ones, as here is the English-French with 34 million sentence pairs. And from the results, you can see that for all these languages, we get significant improvement in contrast to the baseline. Baseline in this case is basically randomly initialized the weights as it's usually used. And direct transfer is the fine-tuned model. And we get huge improvements even for high resource language pair English to French. However, there is a problem whenever we are when the target child language pair use different writing script. In this case, either Odia or Russian and French, or Russian that use Cyrillics. In all 3 cases, it has a worse performance than training from scratch as a baseline. So one key point from this is that you can use, instead of random initialization, you can reuse old models with the same writing script. So what's the problem with the difference in the writing script? Let's see what will happen with the subword vocabulary on various languages. So on average, when we use the language-specific vocabulary, it usually splits each word into 1 point something subwords on average. However, when we use the Czech English vocabulary, in this case, the segmentation increased quite a lot. For languages that use the same writing script, it doubles. And for languages that use different writing script, it's even much larger. The 19.1 for the ODIA is due to the lack of the ODIA script in the whole Czech English vocabulary. Therefore, the algorithm have to backtrack to byte representation, and that's the reason why each word is split into a lot of subwords. So the second part is, can we do something about this problem? Can we do anything? And we propose a vocabulary transformation technique, where we try to do this the smallest change in the whole architecture to avoid this problem. And we propose to randomly replace subwords that are in the parent vocabulary with the subwords that are from the child vocabulary that are not in the parent vocabulary. This will result that the original assignment, for example, the koťátko was assigned to some embedding, will be reassigned with a random Russian subword, which at this point doesn't have any connection with the embedding. So the neural network still thinks that the embedding correlates is connected with the original word, and it will need to retrain these embeddings. Important key point is that the words that are shared between the parent and the child. So, for example, here the English is in both parent and child language pair. They stay for the same embedding and are unchanged. When we assigned everything by random, it actually broke a bit the performance. So what are the results? Here you can see again the previous table, and there are the results for the transform vocabulary. For almost all the cases, the improvements in contrast to the direct transfer are significantly better, except of the two cases for English Estonian and English French, where neither of the model is statistically significantly better than the other one. Therefore, the transform vocabulary is a very simple way how to avoid the problem with the different writing script and get improvements in in performance in contrast to the baseline. Let's also see one other aspect. Here, there is the same BLE you saw on the previous slide, but also the number of steps it took to train a given model. And you can see that we got improvements in BLE, as seen in the previous slide, and also slight improvement in the performance. So the transform vocabulary also the transform vocabulary also speeds up the training of the child model. And yeah. So let's analyze this behavior a bit into depth. We will start by analyzing it by freezing various components of the parent and do not allow them to be trained or updated during the training of the child model. Let me first explain you what is this whole table about, or graph. So on the left, this represents the English to Estonian child model that used the English to Czech parent. On the right, there is the other direction where we are translating from from Estonian to English, and also the parent is from Czech to English. Then we compared both techniques, the direct transfer and transform vocabulary. The columns 1, 3, 5, and 7 are for the direct transfer, and the columns 2, 4, 6, and 8 are for the transform vocabulary that randomly replace the subwords. And the last thing is that we use two ways to freeze the parameters. Either we freeze one of the parameters, let's say we freeze encoder, and the encoder cannot be trained over the whole child training process, or we freeze everything but the one given component. So in this case, for example, we allow only the encoder to be updated during the training of the child. So let's compare various ways what we can see from this analysis. in all the white columns are baseline, not the baseline, but the transfer trained without any freezing, how it would behave if we wouldn't freeze anything. And let's start with analyzing of the embedding layer. Sorry. Yes, oh, sorry. The embedding layer, this is the layer that for direct transfer, we can see that when we freeze this layer, almost no change is done. Basically, this confirms that the direct transfer has used the parent embedding as it is. However, for the transform vocabulary, we can see the drop in the performance, which is supposed to be because we randomly replaced some of the subwords with the child ones. When we do the other way around and we see that we freeze everything and allow only the embedding to be trained, then on the left we get quite a huge drop in the performance. The left part, I mean, whenever the target language is switched from Czech to Estonian, and on the right, the difference is not that critical. So this suggests that it can work with the source. Whenever the parent, whenever the child uses the same target language, it already knows how to predict or generate that language, and the drop is not that large. Then let's compare the encoder and the decoder for both techniques and both directions. First, we can notice that when we share the English side on either on the source or on the target, then freezing the component that is given to the shared part do not break the performance much. So in this case, whenever we freeze, for example, the encoder, the performance stays roughly similar with no change. Same thing is whenever freezing the decoder. The other way around, when we freeze the part that needs to be changed, the part that handles the new language, then we get the drop of the performance. So this also suggests that the shared English is the main resource of the improvements, and the transfer learning actually uses the common language. Similar thing is seen whenever we freeze everything but the given part. Here it is in the other way around. Whenever we allow only the decoder to be trained, in this case, we get better performance because it can be updated for the new language. So this confirms the most important component is generally the component handling the new language, and it's based on that. With this, we can also see possible gains from parameter freezing. There are, in some cases, we can see better performance in contrast to the to the model that is allowed to train all the components. And it also been shown in the literature that freezing can be helpful for transfer learning, and also in our case, it could be used to study more in the future. And lastly, we also need to compare this method with the warm start transfer learning. In this case, warm start transfer learning is the usually used transfer approach where we have individual parent for each of the child. In this case, it's the upper bound because we are allowed to modify the parent before the training of the model, so we can update it with the child vocabulary. In the transform vocabulary technique, we are trying to correct old model that was already trained to be usable for the model. And here you can see that, of course, the warm start transfer learning is better. However, we get quite close to this upper bound, and the contrast from the baseline is quite large. However, one more important part is actually the total training time. And here you can see that transform vocabulary actually is much faster to train the child model. For example, the biggest difference is from English to Estonian, where it's 10 times faster. This is due to the fact that the parent model for all the languages is one alt one, and we don't need to pre-train individual parent model for each of our interested child language pairs. So to conclude and summarize, we presented a method for using general model for multiple childs. We demonstrated on 2 external models trained by Martin Popel and from 2019. We showed the direct transfer, which is just fine-tuning old models with a new language pair, works whenever there is the same writing script, and also when this method can be improved by transforming the vocabulary, where we show that we get performance improvement when even for linguistically unrelated languages that use different writing script. Also, it works for high resource language pairs as a child, and it decreased the total training time. And the performance is close to the upper bound warm start transfer learning. So the key takeaway from this paper is that you should or you can use any old good model instead of random initialization and get a improvement in the sense basically for free without much change for the framework or the whole architecture of the model. So thank you for listening, and please, if you have any questions, let me know.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. Very interesting presentation. So I see one question by Michael Forcada. Isn't this unused parent word substitution technique a bit like a code tucking technique where the neural net figures out what the code means while learning to translate?
Can you please repeat the question?
I think you can see it in the QA, but I'm also going to read it as well. So Michael is asking if this word substitution or let's say BP substitution is kind of like code tucking technique where the neural network figures out what the code means while learning to translate.
Yes, I think that's similar in this way. It also needs to learn what the new subwords mean, and basically we are crippling it by giving it the randomly assigned subwords in the transform vocabulary. We also experimented with other approaches. Instead of doing random assignment, doing other like more intuitive, for example, closest Levenshtein distance or any other similar techniques, and nothing worked particularly differently. Only thing that was problematic when we randomly assigned all of the subwords, there was usually drop in the performance.
I see. Did you use something like the cross-lingual word embeddings to decide to replace one token with the most similar token in the other language, or not? Because I think random or okay, I don't know what was the space for the Levenshtein distance when you used, but maybe if you replace one token with another token of the other language, which is more similar to it in terms of word embedding, it could help to get some gain, I think.
This is very nice question, and unfortunately we didn't explore this part. Using, for example, it would be very nice, as you mentioned, using some pre-trained word embeddings to find what are the close cross-lingual word embeddings, what are the closest subwords, and there is definitely a lot of room to improve in this technique. Our main point for this paper was actually to do it as simple as possible. So we really focused to do it the most trivial way to show that this technique can be used in any framework without much of the change and getting improvement in the BLE and also slight speed up in the training. So we can see this technique also as a way of instead of using random initialization of the weight, we could be using old models as initialization of the model.
Yeah, that's an interesting fact. In fact, you have it in your paper mentioned that it's trying to kind of burn less resources when training new models, which is an interesting thing. I really like it. So in this line, that you said that maybe some parameters that are already pre-trained that could be helpful. Did you? So I noticed that you have some analysis on freezing some parts and then analyzing the performance in terms of flow. But did you do any analysis on, let's say, comparing the final child model with the parent model to see which portions have moved more in the space than the other parts? Let's say word embedding you have the distribution or the values, right, of the word embeddings, which you can compare. So word embedding might be shifted very significantly, but some other parts, I don't know, the layer, the last layer of the encoder, for example, might not be that impacted. So it might be kind of similar to the parent one. I think this analysis could be also useful for the multilingual models to know which parts you can share and which parts you cannot share. I don't know, I'm just maybe thinking loud.
Yeah. Thank you for this question. Yes, this analysis would be very nice. I tried it, but the results were actually not good. It could be because I made an error during the updating. But what I found out is that the most changed weights are the ones that are closest to the output of the model. So so basically, in both scenario, when the shared English was as a source or as a target, in both of them, the most changed part was actually the softmax embeddings in the decoder, and it gradually went through the whole network roughly. And so I haven't seen any like particular interesting changes in this sense. That's why this analysis I didn't put into the paper, and it could be also because I made an error. However, as for the model parts that are more interesting for the transfer learning, I think the freezing part of the model is actually useful and can show us that we should focus on, for example, when the model between the parent and the child language pair, there is a change in the source language, then the encoder is the most crucial part to be changed. And as also shown, in some cases, we can get a better performance when actually freezing some parts. So there is definitely a lot of room for the future work to explore what parts can be frozen or not. However, as I mentioned earlier, this paper really focused to be as simple as possible. So we wanted to show that it's very trivial to do it, and it gets large improvements in both speed and the bled points. So yeah.
Okay, so we have another question from Dominic. What if we have a parent transformer big, but we want to train a smaller model for the child? Does it work if we, for example, cut some transformer layers to make it smaller?
That is a really nice question, and I didn't dive into this way. Basically, the parent should that I've been experimenting with is that when we use the same architecture, same amount of the layers, and same amount of the other parameters. What I've experimented are with the parameters that are do not change the actual architecture. So, for example, learning speed, optimizer, some normalization, and other techniques. But I haven't experimented with clipping some layers or updating the whole architecture. So that would be definitely a good approach for the future work.
Okay, cool. So the next question is from Barry Hado about the transfer to Odia. Is there any shared vocabulary here, or is the vocabulary transfer essentially random for this language?
Yep. In this Odia language, basically the English part of in the experiment we are using shared vocabulary between source between encoder and decoder. So for the Odia as well for the Russia, there is the English part that is shared for both of them. I think it could. No, I don't have the slides there. So yes, the English part is shared and that stays the same. However, Odia and Russian are basically completely randomly assigned to the ones that used to be Czech or there could be also changes in English English part of the vocabulary. So some subwords in English Czech vocabulary could be redundant to English audio vocabulary.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other question in the Q&A. Please, if you have any other question, type it down here. We have a couple of more minutes that we can use for answering the questions. So I will wait for, yeah, a couple of more minutes to see.
There is maybe one point that because there is the shared English part, it could be seen that this is mainly due to the English part, and therefore, like the transfer learning could be replacement of back translation, or just like there is a technique we can copy English from source to target and do like partly autoencoder. So there is like one slide that the transfer learning actually can be combined with the back translation. And if we would use the standard approach for the back translation, where we have like this is a baseline, then we use the other model to generate the back translated data, the monolingual synthetic data. And this we get this improvement. However, if we start and first do the transfer learning, and then we do the back translation, we actually get quite a huge difference. So this technique can be combined with other techniques, and it's not solely as a replacement for one particle, for example, let's say back translation in this case.
Interesting. Okay, so thank you very much, Tom. So let's wrap this up, and yeah, let's move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the next presentation is by Yunsu Kim, Miguel Grasa, and Herman Nai. When and why is unsupervised neural machine translation useless? I'm not sure if, yeah, Yunsu is here. Okay. Yunsu, maybe you can wait for a couple of minutes so that we are 12 sharp. So if anybody is missing or is planning to join us at 12, they don't miss the first few minutes.
All right.
Okay, I think we can start also.
Okay, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I'm Yunsu Kim from Aachen, Germany, and today I'm going to present our work about unsupervised neural machine translation and its practicality and usefulness. Okay, unsupervised MT. There are many recent works in unsupervised MT, including myself, but The methods are tested mostly on a high resource language pair like German English or French English. But actually, the source and target languages are linguistically very similar, and we have already lots of bilingual corpora for those language pairs. So in practice, in those language pairs, we do not need unsupervised learning in practical scenarios. So this work focuses on the practicality. Is it really useful? Also in low resource or linguistically different language pairs, which seem to be, we expect the unsupervised learning to be useful in those cases. So this work is mainly about empirical analysis. Let's talk about experimental setup first. So this is the corpus statistic of the 5 language pairs, and for each language pair we tested both directions. So in total 10 translation tasks: the German English, Russian English, Chinese English, and Kazakh English, and Gujarati English. These are the statistics, and as you see in the data sizes, German English, Russian English, Chinese English are rather high resource, and the other 2 are in low resources. If you look at the bilingual sentence pairs. And among these 5, these 4 are linguistically distant pairs, the source and target languages. And as I said, these 2 are low resourced. In these 10 tasks, we used XLM software to test the recent unsupervised NMT technique. For the model, we use transformer base, and training is, in short, it's a combination of iterative back translation and the denoising autoencoder. Before starting these training steps, we initialize a model with cross-lingual mask language model based on BERT paper. Let's recap what this method is. So in brief explanation, so unsupervised NMT, we have one single bidirectional sequence-to-sequence model to solve the translation model, a translation task in source and target to source at the same time. So if you look at the bottom of the figure, this is the input and the top is the output. As an input, we can put either source sentence or target sentence, and it goes through a joint vocabulary over the 2 languages. And it passes through encoder and decoder as usual, but all the model components are shared over source and target languages. And also in the output, the model can produce either target words or source words. So if you put source sentence, we expect it to output target, and the target as an input, then the source output respectively. With this model, we train mainly with iterative back translation. There are many details in each method of unsupervised NMT, but this is the core part of the main training phase. So you use back translation in both directions. First, you can put source sentence, then the model produces the target translation, and then we put this target translation back to the input side and the original source sentence from the monolingual data to the output side. So the model learns to translate the target hypothesis to the original source sentence. And we do the other way around from target sentence to the source translation. And these procedures are repeated alternatingly and until the convergence. Yes. So that was short description of the model and the main training. And now the main part of this work is really a bunch of results. First, we compared in a standard way, unsupervised learning, supervised learning, and semi-supervised learning. We just used the given bilingual data and monolingual data most and compare the performance. For the semi-supervised learning, we use 10 million monolingual sentences on the target site to do the back translation. So yeah, these are 10 translation tasks, and supervised performance are like this, and semi-supervised performance are as expected. We have huge gain over the supervised results, and unsupervised results are reasonable for especially German English, English German, but still much worse than supervised learning. And this trend is consistent over all tasks. So unsupervised learning is much worse than semi-supervised or supervised learning if we do our best with given all the data. And we did some more analysis using the variation of the data sizes. So this plot is about comparing these three learning schemes, but varying the size of bilingual training data size. So here you see the unsupervised learning, the solid line. We don't use any bilingual sentence pairs. That's why just the horizontal line over the x-axis. We just use monolingual data all the time without caring about bilingual data size. But for supervised and semi-supervised learning, if we vary the amount of bilingual training data size, then we see the difference in the performance. As expected, if we increase the training data size, then the performance increases. The y-axis is the blue on the test set, and semi-supervised learning is slightly better than the supervised learning. If you look at this plot, we ask the question, when is the unsupervised learning actually useful? So if we have just a small amount of bilingual data, really tiny amount, or some more amount of bilingual data, then in which condition we should consider the unsupervised learning in practice? Well, only if the bilingual data has less than 20,000 lines in this language pair. So if you look at these points that crosses the unsupervised learning horizontal line and these two curves, then that's the point where the unsupervised learning is competitive over the other two. Well, this number is quite small. If you look at just Bibles or other many bilingual data resources from Opus, then we can easily get 20,000 bilingual sentence pairs for many language pairs. So we ask more questions. Under which condition the unsupervised learning actually work? And in the end, it's useful and when we should consider in practice. First factor of the unsupervised performance is trained data size. How much monolingual data is needed for unsupervised NeurMT to work? So this is another plot, similar, but the x-axis is now the amount of monolingual training sentences, not the bilingual ones. So these results are all unsupervised results in these two language pairs, German English and Russian English. So if you increase the amount of trained data size, of course, the performance increases. But if you only use 1 million monolingual sentences on each side, source and target, you already reach the close performance to the best result, which is around here in this point. And if it's more than 5 million sentences, then the performance starts to saturate. And if it's over 20 million sentences, and I saw no further improvement. The important message here is that the similarity of source and target languages is more important than the amount of training data we use. So here, the large performance gap between these two tasks. So you see German, English are from the same language family and most researched, and they are linguistically very similar. But Russian, English, they are from the different roots and they use different writing scripts. So this simple factor is very important. And relatively, the massive training data is not very important. So if you look at Russian English plot, we used up to around 70 million monolingual sentences, but this amount is not very important, and it's to overcome the language dissimilarity. Another factor is unbalanced training data. What I mean is, what if the data size is largely different for source and target languages? This is very common in low resource scenarios. Some underused languages to English or other popular languages. Then the English side, we have lots of data, but for the other side, we have not. We simulate those scenarios and vary the training data size in these two data-rich cases. So German English, Russian English. Solid lines are the cases where the source and target languages have the same amount of data. And the dashed line means we fix the amount of data in the target side, the English side, fixed to 20 million sentences, which is large enough for the best performance. And the source side, we vary the amount of the monolingual training sentences, which is varied in the x-axis. But you see the plots are very similar between the equal case and the unbalanced case. That means oversizing one side in the target has no effect. If you look at the left region of the plot, that means source side has a really small amount of data, but target side is oversized, much larger than the source side. But that does not have a positive effect in the performance. And the performance is really decided by the smaller side, the data size of the smaller side of the language. So what's important? The similar data distribution on these two languages are really important to yield a better performance. Another interesting factor is similarity between source and target domains. So here also we tested on German, English, English, German, Russian, English, English, Russian, where we set the domain of the English data to Newswire and also the source side or the target side, depending on the direction. But German or Russian language, we set the same domain, which means we train the model from the news scroll data on both sides. Then we see fairly reasonable performance. But if we change the domain of the German or Russian side to politics, then you see a large drop in the performance. Or if you used a randomly chosen, web crawled data for German or Russian, we see also a drop from the domain matching cases. So domain matching is really important. And also, this is a more sensitive case where we use the news domain for the source and target side, English and Chinese, but we change the years of the news articles. So we manually set the data sources to 2014 to 17 on the English side, and the Chinese side 2008 to 18. And the number of sentences on each side is 1.7 million sentences. We see this performance. But if we date back to 90s, 1995 to 2008 on the Chinese side, And then we see a large drop in performance. Basically, the method breaks down, even if we use a much larger amount of training data. So we saw that by analyzing and investigating these data manually, then changing the years of the news articles, that means we have a different topics, different styles and periods. So that also matters. So the unsupervised MT seems quite sensitive to matching the domains of source and target languages. So last part of the analysis, we've seen in the recap of the unsupervised MT algorithm and the model architecture, the iterative back translation is the main training phase. But before that, the initializing the model is also important by cross-lingual masked language model. These are the two main training core training parts, but which one is more important? So this is another plot on German-English case, but artificially set two different initialization scenarios. So dashed line means I used only 10,000 sentences on each side. So for the initialization, it's really bad. And solid line means I used 20 million sentences on each side. So a fairly large amount, and we guarantee that the initialization is good enough. In the solid line case, it goes over 20% blue already with 1 million sentences in the back translation training. But for the bad initialization, it's stuck in less than 5% blue, even with 100 million sentences in the back translation training. This shows that decent initialization is important, and the back translation relies on the quality of the initialization, and by itself, it cannot recover the best performance we expect from the bad initialization. So why this unsupervised NeuroMT fail? We show some examples. So first one is from Chinese English. The source input looks like this, and system output looks like this. Please note that this is an output, not the input, but it merely copies the input on the underlying parts, where the reference output should be seen in English language. So this input copying from in a long language, mainly copying the source language, is the problem, because the model is trained on copied back translation, where the model is not good enough, and sometimes in this bidirectional nature of the model sharing, the output can produce source languages at any time. So if the back translation has produced such outputs, then the model is trained on those faulty copied back translations. That's why we see these copied outputs in the final system.
1 minute.
Okay, and another example is German English. We see the München and this in the German source input. We see Australia in the English output, which are completely different cities. And also the number is translated wrongly. So it seems that it cannot distinguish words that appear in the same context, like years or numbers or city names. So some remarks, unsupervised MT fails when source and target languages are linguistically different and they are from the different domains. These conditions are very common in low resource language pairs. So we argue that unsupervised MT is still yet not practical in these challenging scenarios. You can also find it in our paper, why does this copied back translation occur in training in terms of theoretical foundation and also practical solutions for that. So if you're interested in more details, please check out our paper, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Yunus. So there are a few questions that I see in the Q&A. Please go ahead and write down your questions if you have any. So the first question is from George. Why are the results of the semi-supervised learning better than the supervised ones? I think it was one of the very first few slides.
Okay. Yes, let me open the Q&A session. Okay, why are the results for semi-supervised better than for supervised?
Basically, comparing the first row and the second row, you see that the second one has better results.
Yeah, most of them are better. So the semi-supervised learning should be expected to better than supervised learning. But maybe the question is the other way around, why the supervised results are better than semi-supervised results, which is not expected. In general, semi-supervised learning, we use more data with more target monolingual data with back translation techniques. So the model sees more data. So the second row should be higher than first row, except this Chinese English. So we saw that there's basically fluctuating results. So within the range of 0.2 or 0.3 blue over different test sets. So sometimes semi-supervised learning is better, or sometimes supervised learning is better like this. But within this range, I see that the performance is basically on the same level within the noise. So that can happen if the target monolingual data is out of domain or the quality is bad. That would be the reason for this specific column of Chinese English.
Okay. So, well, George has another question as well, which, how do monolingual training sentences work? I think if we have the answer to this one, maybe the first one also becomes more clear. So basically how you incorporate the monolingual data in your training environment.
Okay, let's explain with this figure. So let's say you have target site monolingual data, and you have a model looks like this in this diagram on the rightmost side. If you put target monolingual sentence, then the model translates back to the source language. And then we have an artificial pair of source and target languages, where the target side is drawn from the monolingual data, but source side is generated by the model itself. And then using this artificial bilingual sentence pair, we continue training or retrain the model. That's how we use monolingual sentences in semi-supervised learning and also in unsupervised cases.
And here you are using beam decoding for back translation or resampling, or did you even compare the results of different methods of just sampling based on the distribution probability, or
here? Yes, here we use just beam search with beam size 5.
Okay. Okay. We have another question from Maziar Moradifar. Actually, two questions. The first one is why using denoising autoencoders? And the second one is, did you fine-tune the model for each language or use the general architecture here?
Okay, for the first question, so maybe it's better with a figure. So basically, denoising autoencoder is learning how to reorder the words. So if you don't have a denoising autoencoder, then the model training starts from a very poor model. And as I mentioned in the last couple of slides, the model tends to copy the input from the source to target, and also the position of each word to the same position on the output side. So this denoising autoencoder means we have some corrupted reorderings on the input side, and the model learns to recover the corrupted orders of the input. In this way, it's still randomized, so it's not fully linguistically motivated, but the model learns somehow. In some cases, they learn how to reorder the positions or swap the words and so on. So for the reordering, that's necessary. And for the second question, did you fine-tune the model for each language? No, we didn't fine-tune the model, but we trained a single model for each language pair, which means single model for German English and English German, one model, and then one model for Russian English and English Russian, and so on. But we didn't fine-tune that to each individual task.
Yeah, I think the question was actually I had a very similar question. I don't know if Maziar had that in mind when he wrote the question or not. But so since you have very different data sizes here, did you try different hyperparameters, different model sizes for different language pairs or not? Because in particular, transformers are very sensitive to, I don't know, to the noise of the data and these kind of things. So maybe you did something in this line as well? I don't know.
I did not extensively, but I did some comparisons. So for this high resource German English or Russian English, the basic setup just worked out of the box. But Kazakh English, Gujarati English, I reduced the model sizes to 3 layers or 4 layers, and even changed the BPE units, the number of BPE units, to smaller ones or larger ones. But there was not very much difference. Anyway, the method breaks down in any hyperparameter settings I tried. So
Okay,
yeah.
good. Thank you very much. So I also had one question now that you are in this slide. So you said that you are using pre-trained XLM, but
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understood correctly, if you are using it just for the word embeddings or for the whole encoder parameters. It's just for the word embeddings, right?
No, the whole encoder and decoder parameters.
Okay.
So yeah, learning the mask language model for source and target languages and using those parameters in the encoder and the decoder.
Okay. Okay, good. So we are almost at 12:30. I'm not seeing any other question. So I would like to thank you, Johnson.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Audience. So we are at the lunchtime in Lisbon. So we will have 1.5 hours of break for the lunch. And we will be back, I think, at 2. Maybe Andre has some more comments here.
Yeah, we're going to be back at 2 for the best paper session. So have fun, and if you want, you can go again to gather.town to interact a little bit more.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you in 1.5 hours.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, here is Andre testing his audio.
Hi, Andre. Nice meeting you.
Yeah. Nice meeting you, exactly.
Hello, both of you. So I actually need to run right now, but so Fernando is going to host this session. I will also be around at 2. So the session is still starting. Is only starting in 1 hour. So there's plenty of time.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
And I think we are all set.
Okay.
Perfect. I'm going to share my screen just to show the sponsors screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. So
see you in a bit.
Here. Yeah.
See you.
So enjoy your lunch.
Yeah. See you later.
See you later. Thank you. So hello everybody. Let me welcome everyone to the afternoon session of EAMT, which is devoted to WMT shared tasks. I hope that you are watching either the Zoom call or some YouTube streaming directly. So in this hour-long session, you can learn more about three tasks of WMT and also an overview, which will be given at the beginning by Barry Heddo. The tasks will be on lifelong learning, chat translation, and automatic post editing. And during the whole hour, aside from watching the presentation, you can also ask questions. So at the bottom of your Zoom screen, there is a button to ask questions, and these questions get collected somewhere, and I'll make sure that they are answered during the presentations. Please ask these questions in advance, and we'll find the best slot for them during the hour. I'll be essentially only checking the time, so I don't want to waste any of that. And I would like to welcome Barry, or ask Barry to start sharing, if that's technically possible now, and to present his slides for an overview of WMT shared tasks. Yeah. Thanks, I can see it, it works.
You can see it, so that's good. Hi everyone, hi, yeah, I'm Barry Haddo, and I'm going to be talking about the shared tasks at WMT and telling you a bit about the news translation task. So, so firstly, what is a shared task exactly? These have been pretty common in NLP for a number of years. And the basic idea is that you have some task organizers who formulate the problem. They'll come up with some data sets, they'll think about the evaluation, and they'll set out the challenge to participants. Then participants go away, they build systems to try and solve the problem, and then they come back and they test their systems on some kind of unseen test sets. Then the organizers go away, they evaluate these submissions, and then everyone gets together, generally at a conference, and talks about the evaluation. They compare techniques, they talk about who did better, who did worse, who did more interesting, and so on. So why do we have shared tasks? Well, if you've got a new problem, shared task is a really good way of actually formulating the problem and figuring out what the right data sets are, how to evaluate it, getting people together who are interested in this task, get them to talk to each other. Often for a new task, the evaluation and the data and so on will be argued about right up until the results are presented. For existing problems like translation, they also help to bring people together to figure out how useful our systems are and to set standards for the data and for the evaluation and to learn about how you evaluate the systems. So within WMT, we've been running shared tasks since 2006. It started with a single translation task organized by Philip Cohen and Christoph Mons. And basically the idea of that was, here's some training data, go away, train a system, and then we'll give you some unseen test sources, and you will translate those test sources and we'll compare the outputs. So we've run that every year. We've run WMT and its tasks every year since 2006. And we've actually had many different tasks since then. So most of our tasks are, well, a large part of our tasks are translation, but that includes many different domains, many different language pairs. We've also had tasks on MT data preparation. So we have a currently running task on corpus filtering. We've run tasks on training, both in SMT and in NMT. And we've also had long-running tasks on MT evaluation, both with and without metrics. So the latest edition, we have 11 shared tasks, and they cover all different aspects of machine translation. What we don't do is spoken language translation, because that's done by IWSLT, so we don't want to get into their patch. And there's also an MT efficiency task, which up until now has been run at WNGT. That's going to come to WMT next year, we expect, because WNGT will not run. So I want to talk about the news translation task, which is the one I've been running for several years with, I've been part of the organizing committee. So as its name suggests, this is about translating news. So nearly always we translate in and out of English. And for the first several years, we focused on EU languages. That was partly because of where the data came from and partly because of where our funding came from. But in recent years, we've added Chinese English and Russian English, and they've been there with us for several years. And we've also developed a tradition of adding low resource languages or guest languages of various types. So this year we had Inuktitut from the Inuit language, and Tamil. Last year we had Gujarati and Kazakh. Next year we're going to include Hausa, and we expect to have another European guest language. The data sets, we started off using Europarl and news commentary, but gradually we've expanded a range of data sets, partly in response to the expanding range of languages, but also to try and give participants a bigger challenge and be able to build better systems. So we have like the UN data, the paracrawl data, we have large monolingual crawls. Every year we produce unseen test sets. So these are new translations produced by professional translators to benchmark machine translation. And these data sets, both the training data and the test data, have become effectively the standard test sets used in most of MT research. I mean, if you saw the two presentations before lunch, they both use WMT test sets and WMT training sets. In terms of evaluation, right from the start, we've taken a fairly strong view where we only publish human evaluation. We've experimented with different methods. For many years, we used something called relative ranking, where participants saw several different translations and ranked them from 1 to 5. This year, since 2017, we've been using direct assessment. And that's the method that Samuel talked about this morning, where you rank the translations on a scale from 0 to 100. We've tweaked the method a bit since it started, trying to include more context, trying to get better references. I'll come back to that shortly. And again, all the submissions, all the evaluations, all the judgments and so on are released for future research to help people build better MT evaluation methods and so on. So I want to talk about a couple of things that have arisen in the last few years related to the shared task. So that, okay, before they do that, this year's task, we kept going with our existing language pairs. So Czech English and German English have been with us right from the start. They've been, I think Czech English wasn't in the first year, but it's been every year. As I said, Chinese English, Russian English have been for several years. French German is our only real non-English language pair, and that's second year running, I think. And again, and as I mentioned, we have new pairs, Inuktitut and Tamil are kind of low resource languages. And then we also added Japanese English and Polish English as guest languages. So we had over 150 submissions covering all these language pairs. Another thing we do is we add online systems. So we do this anonymously, although we do have permission for this. This is to benchmark the research systems against the sort of standard commercial systems. Now that we have fairly large data sets, the research submissions are very competitive with the commercial systems. Another thing we've been doing for a few years is the idea of an extra test set. So this is where we say to the community, give us your extra test suites and we'll ask people to translate them. This is something that Andre's been coordinating. And these test sets can address specific phenomena, for example, co-reference or gender bias, or they might be domain specific. So this year there was several language pairs of COVID test sets, and they'll be analyzed and presented. All the results will be presented in 2 weeks' time at WMT. So as I said, there's a couple of specific issues that have come up with the news task recently. The first is this kind of thing. Now, I don't really want to pick on these particular this particular system, but when we judge the systems in quality, and this is great. We're asking people to push the boundary of what's possible, but not everybody can come up with a rank. Not everybody can do a 72-way ensemble, and that leads us to think a little bit about leaderboards. And there has been a lot of discussion around the NLP community in general about this whole state-of-the-art chasing and leaderboards and so on. So I just wanted to draw your attention to this interesting paper, which is appearing at EMNLP. And they discussed the idea of leaderboards and approached it from an economic perspective and pointed out some shortcomings, which we're kind of aware of, but we're not quite sure how to deal with. So the first is this idea of non-smooth utility, which is a little bit subtle, but it's the point that as far as the leaderboard is concerned, the ranking is everything. So if you're in second place and you get 1 blue point better, it doesn't matter according to the leaderboard. It may be that your second place system is much more interesting in some way, or it's much more efficient, but the leaderboard doesn't change. The second thing is what I alluded to in the previous slide. We don't take into account prediction cost. So in terms of building useful systems, you can build a system which is really slow to translate, but really good. I mean, when we were doing syntactic MT, our sentences would take 30 seconds to translate, but the translations were getting quite good, but this never became useful. And the last thing is actually quite tricky. Leaderboards always tend to overfit. I mean, we change the test sets every year, but we're not, and we have different tasks, but we still can't test what happens when the system translates something that's not in the test set. So we address that a bit with the additional test suites. But this is a fundamental problem of leaderboards. The other thing I wanted to mention was something that came up this morning. This paper appeared in 2018. And I took a certain amount of interest in this because essentially they used WMT data and they used the WMT evaluation methods. And one of the authors, the author that ran the evaluation, is the same person that runs the WMT evaluation. So this caused us to think a little bit about the evaluation. So firstly, this notion of human parity. I never liked the term. I mean, I spoke to the authors and they defended it because they define it in a very specific way, that it's to do with the non-significant difference between human and machine, which is okay. But if you're going to call it human parity, you're going to have people talking and it's a loaded term. So I don't really like the term. Other than that, there's problems with the experimental setup. And various authors have looked at this. So sample size is a problem. If you're going to show that two things are not significantly different, that in terms of traditional P statistics, that can never really be proven, but you do have to worry about effect size. Then there was the lack of context for evaluators. So evaluators were given one sentence at a time. It turns out if you give larger context, as Sam pointed out this morning, if you give people larger context, they tend to prefer the human. Also, and thanks to Sam again, the use of non-expert evaluators. So in WMT, our evaluators are basically the participants and crowdsourcing. If you give sentences to translators, you can get slightly different results. The fourth point is about translation ease. This is a bit subtle. It's to do with the way we constructed the test sets. And basically, we would end up that part of the test set, so we were doing the German to English task, part of the test sources would be originally written in English, translated into German, then we give the German sentences to the machine, and the machine has to translate them back to English. And that's a slightly artificial setup, and you have this effect where what you're given to the machine is actually translation ease, so it's a sort of reduced form of the language. And lastly, sometimes the human translation just wasn't very good. And there is a problem here. I mean, if you give, if you find the best translators and give them the best conditions, they can produce really good translation. There's always going to be compromises somewhere. So, and we can find errors in the human translation. And in a forward advert, we've had further WMT evaluations, we've had further parity claims. Antonio Terral is going to talk about this on Thursday. So the whole human parity issue is not going away anytime soon. Okay, so to sum up, I've talked a bit about shared tasks. We run a lot of shared tasks, and we're actually happy to add new tasks. So we added a couple of new ones this year, which we're going to hear about shortly. As long as it's MT related, we'll definitely consider it. And we do try to make as much of the task data available for future research as possible. So I'm going to hand you back now. So we're going to hear about 2 new tasks, lifelong learning and chat translation, and automatic post-editing, which has been running for several years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Barry, for the presentation. I obviously know all the details and all the background thinking about the task organization because I've been part of this circus for a number of years. But still, I'm happy that you have shared also the concerns. So I want to highlight the comment because there are no questions from the audience so far. I just wanted to comment on the big utility that I see in these shared tasks altogether. So I can speak mainly for English-Czech translation, and that has been part of these tasks for more than 10 years now. And during this this focus this focus on that language pair, a long-term focus, we have seen a gradual improvement in the quality, so that also English-Czech got to this area of parity with human translators. And I really cannot imagine that we would get this quickly to this good performance without the long-term focus and the shared task ambition. So I think that if you want to solve something, then make it a shared task, make it an attractive shared task, and then all the researchers from around the world will help you to fight with yourself and get better and better over years. At the same time, you must not run on autopilot. So you must not simply like focus on some automatic measures, or even manual measures can get automated two-way. You have to keep thinking what the task is, how the task is evolving. And we have now this big issue with reaching or getting too close to the quality of the professional translations that we buy from not too many dollars or not too many euros. So it's actually cheap professional translation, I would say. But with this reference translation, it's difficult to see which of the systems is performing better and what are the open issues. So we have to keep moving in our methods. We must not run on autopilot. We must not do direct assessment the same way we do it every year. We have to change it in response to what we are seeing. And this type of presentation and the discussion that could still go at the end of the session, these are very useful. So I invite everybody to enter their suggestions or requests as questions during the next talks. And the next talk is to be given by Loic Barhold on lifelong learning. So if Loic is successfully connected, and I hope he is. Loic,
yes, I am.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you, and we can even see you. So if you can share your screen with the slides, that would be great.
Yes, I have to.
Somewhere at the bottom, share screen button.
Screen. Share should be this. Oh, I have to allow this, I guess. Yes, yes. Sorry, I have to just relaunch Zoom.
Okay.
Just 1 second, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So in the meantime, as I said, you can keep asking questions, or we can discuss a little with Barry what to do with the parity. So for some languages, for those that have had this focus over the years, you can get to this area where the evaluation becomes harder than the translation itself. And we are doing something. We are trying to get the best possible reference translations, but that will take some time, and we will see whether actually this will move us further. And I'm not so confident. A colleague of mine is more confident, but so we have a question from the audience, whether there is an agreed definition of human parity, and there is none, obviously. So you have to take this term as a technical label, which always gets its definition in the respective paper. And every paper is quite precise about what the parity means in that respect, but you have to check if this type of being on par with humans is relevant for your particular application.
Well, Andrea, I'm not. I mean, if you look at the Microsoft paper, they made a specific definition of human parity as this concept of no significant difference.
But then given what, and that is where the area is open.
I mean, it depends how you evaluate, and that's the big question.
Yeah.
And I don't think, well, as I said, I don't really agree with them calling that human parity. They can call it something else. But calling it human parity, It's too much of a loaded term for me.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a native speaker, so for me the parity is simply a noun created from on par, without the load. But I agree.
Yeah,
If you say it's risky, let's avoid it.
It's not really a native speaker saying it. It's what you're saying is that the machines are as good as humans. But as I said, in a nod to British politics on the slide, in a specific and limited way.
Yeah.
So, but
Okay. So
anyway, we should let Loic continue.
Yeah, exactly. So we see Loic's slides. So Loic, please go ahead.
Okay, so I suppose you can hear me too. So I will present quickly the shared task on lifelong learning machine translations, which I am organizing jointly with Fetib guys from University of Le Mans, Marta Kosagiusa and Magdalena Biaselska from UPC, and Olivier Galibert from LME. So it's this task we run it in the framework of a European project. So basically, the motivation for this task is the following. We all know that training an empty system from scratch is very long and very costly when you have a lot of data and requires a lot of GPU time. And that's, I can refer to what Barry said just earlier, but maybe we should try to include the statistics when we submit a system. But still, another thing is that most systems are trained only once, basically, and then they are used in production. So even the shared task, the new tasks are like this. Basically, you train on your training data, then you test on the test set, and you see what you get, basically. Hopefully, and more recently, we've seen many methods that aimed at reusing pre-trained models. So which is probably in the good way for reusing models and try to be more energy efficient, even if at some point you have to train this pre-trained model. But still, and then some adaptation can be done beforehand in labs. And this requires a lot of expert knowledge in machine learning. And when you're running probably a machine translation company, then you might not have this machine learning expertise. To address this problem, basically, the lifelong learning machine translation task aims at making the MT system intelligent and evolutive. So by intelligent, I mean that you have to take some decision based on the document that you have to translate and the available training data and maybe monolingual data. And so the decision can be whether you need to adapt, whether you need to change some parameters and how you can do that. And this is linked also with the evolutive aspect of the model. So by evolutive, basically, I mean that the model should adapt to the content you have to translate. And this is dynamically. This is dynamic. Right, so the subtasks that are considered in this machine translation, lifelong learning machine translation task are several. Basically, you need to consider the auto-adaptation task, where the system will use bytext and monolingual data, so to perform unsupervised or self-supervised adaptation. We also consider using some active learning where a human in the loop, which is simulated, I will come back to this later. A human in the loop provides some translations for some particularly difficult documents or sentences. And in the hope that this could help the model to adapt better and then translate the rest of the document or the project better. Also, in order for the model, in order to know whether it's performing good or bad, then we need some auto-evaluation. So this is obviously linked to quality estimation, which has been a task at WMT for several years now. And another point is the evaluation across time. Basically, since we are considering a continuous stream of documents that are coming in, we want to evaluate the model not only on a specific test set at a specific time, but we want to evaluate the model across time with some policy and check whether the model is losing in performance or gaining in performance, but across time. And obviously, all that will require some data management. So these are the tasks that needs to be coded and integrated into the model. So here is the flow chart and the whole framework. Basically, we consider two sets of data, the training data and the lifelong data. With the training data, you train some pre-processing like by pair encoding and so on, and you train your initial model. This is the standard way of training and evaluating that is done in a standard shared task. And then there is this second set, which is the lifelong data. This lifelong data set basically is a continuous stream of documents. You apply, of course, the same pre-processing as done for the training data. And then you enter the core of this lifelong learning machine translation task, which is the lifelong learning loop. Basically, in this loop, each time you receive one document, you can do whatever you want with the data available so far. So you have the training data, source and target. You have all what you accumulated before, the document that you translated, which would be some sort of unsupervised data. And you have also access to this user simulation where you can ask questions. So as for now, in the tool that we are using, only one question can be asked, which is, give me the translation for this particular sentence. Obviously, making use of a human in the loop is costly. So each time we use the user simulation, we got the system got penalized in the final evaluation. So we are using some automatic evaluation like Bleu, and we included a penalization of this score based on the use of user simulation. So basically, all the core of the shared task is is to work on the lifelong learning loop and the algorithm in this block. The system that we used is based on the BEAT platform, which is a project run by EDIAP in Switzerland. It's an EU project for reproducible research. So basically, this platform, you provide the code in this platform, the platform has the data, and you have no access to anything else. So this ensures that there's no error or usage of external data or anything. So it keeps this task in a constrained setup. Then there are some technical constraints. So using these platforms means that you cannot use the file system. So everything has to run in memory. So obviously, experiments so far that can be run so far cannot be in the scale of the standard news task in WMT. So that's why we had to reduce the data. And system integration, of course, if you have your system that you want to use in this, that can be quite cumbersome. But in order to compensate for that, we are providing some baseline system that participants could be using. So as I said before, the data is smaller than in normal tasks. So we are considering the English to German and English to French pairs by using only a subset of the data available for WMT evaluation campaign. So namely, this contains so far the news commentary and Europal data. And they have been specially processed to integrate document and time information. We also produce some new data, and we will do so in the next editions. Okay, everything is obviously available online. So the baseline system that we are using includes encoder decoder method. So no transformer for now, but we hope to be able to provide this. And we provide some simple adaptation algorithm by selecting sentences that are similar to the document from the training data and fine-tune the models. So this is the very basic, but this is a start. The active learning, the user simulation for the active learning is ready. Everything is available. So people who are interested in working on or participating in this task can focus on the main algorithm to adapt the model, to evaluate the model, and to make use of this active learning simulation, I would say. So just for next year, we might consider more all direction of the data. So not only English to French and English to German, but also the reverse. Maybe more data, but for that we would need some document and time information. So yeah, suggestions are appreciated. And we will continue the development of the platform. The main question is how to benefit most of the human in the loop. We have access to this user simulation and trying to make the system better based on this. Yeah, so I mean that's it. I presented this this lifelong learning machine translation task. If you're interested, please bring your ideas on all the topics that are related to this task, and hopefully we'll see you next year at WMT. Thank you. I think I've seen a question maybe.
Yeah, thank you, Loic. So for the questions, there was not a question related to your talk. There is one for DA and so on, and informative manual evaluation from Maja Popovic. But for the sake of time, I suggest that we now move to the chat translation presentation so that we don't run over, and we come back to the questions after we have gained some time or at the end of the session. So, Amin, are you ready? Can you present the next task, which is chat translation?
Yeah, let me just share my screen.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see the screen. Great.
Awesome.
So please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Oops. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to present not the findings, but some introduction on the chat translation share task, which was held by WMT 2020. So let's see what is the chat translation task, or let's say first, what is the chat translation in general? Let's say you have two speakers speaking in their native speakers, let's say English and German for simplicity, and they don't have knowledge of the other language. So in order to be able to communicate, you can have different solutions. Maybe the cheapest and the most easy solution is to have a machine translation in the middle, which translates the utterances of the first speaker from English into German and the German ones into English. This can be applied into multiple scenarios and environments, like, I don't know, chit-chatting or these kind of things, or more serious ones like the customer support in the companies, which nowadays, due to Corona, most of them have been forced to go virtual and provide services, let's say, online. So opening offices in different countries. So it's really a challenge there. So this can be one of the environments that you can apply this task there. As you see here, we have some kind of I would say fundamental, but not that fundamental differences with the tasks that we are usually used to see, like the news or patent or legal documents that we usually translate. Here, the conversations are less planned, in a way that you just contact the customer support department of the company. You already have a narrative or something in mind, but you don't think that much about each and every of the sentences that you want to generate. And once you utter them, you don't have the possibility to fix the uttered one. You can, of course, modify and submit a new sentence or say a new sentence, but then you cannot change the previous one. So they are less planned, more informal. Usually you have more grammatical and grammatical errors and typos in the sentences. The sentences tend to be shorter and simpler, which then tend to have more pronouns, which makes it more challenging for the MT system to deal with. These tasks, we can see it, let's say, given the fact that we need to have access to the context space because of these pronouns and all the other stuff that I mentioned, to have a proper translation. We can see it as a subset of the document translation, which has been thought of and worked on for a long time, both in the statistical and neural machine translation lifetimes. For neural, we have a good number of researchers. I think they started around 2017, looking into the document or extended context. They have been very interesting works, but there are some kind of aspects that we found them kind of problematic, or something that we can work on, maybe, let's say, if we don't want to call them problematic. So first of all, they are reporting the results, even though they are all working on more or less the same kind of problem, but in their experiments, they report the results on different language pairs, different directions, and different splits of different data sets, like movie subtitles, European parliamentary speeches, and so on and so forth. But this doesn't fit well with the conversation translation. Of course, we can take the movie subtitles and assume that the conversations are happening between two speakers. But the fact is that, first of all, one movie, you cannot consider it as one conversation, because you have a huge number of, let's say, scenes. So you cannot really consider them as one conversation. And then in the data sets that we currently have, you usually have missing information about the speakers. So it's not really a well suit for the chat translation task. And the same goes for the European Parliament. The papers report results on the automatic scores like GLOW, TR, or CHRF3. Recently, there have been some works on creating and reporting the results on contrastive sets, which, okay, they move the needle a little bit, so that we have more and higher resolution, let's say, analysis on what's happening with the empty systems and the translations that they produce. But still, they are kind of automatic. They tend to have some errors, and also we see in some of the papers we see some smaller scale manual analysis, but nothing very scalable, very big, and very let's say informative for the environments. Let's say, of course, they are good, but we had all these in mind to see what we can improve further with the chat translation task. So. In this task, at least in the first version, we had two things in mind. One of them was preparing the data so that all the researchers have access to a common ground, so that they can train and test their systems on the same data set, so that we can have a fair comparison between the approaches. In fact, this idea came to my mind when we were working on the documents level translation, and we noticed that people are reporting results, as I said, on different data sets, different directions. And it was difficult to understand if one of them is really outperforming the other or not. We, of course, re-implemented some of the approaches, but we were not sure if we are implementing the exact thing that was reported in the paper or not, because of some details which were not reported in the papers. So we said, okay, the best one could be having a common ground for everyone, so that we can look into and train our systems with, so we can have a fair comparison always. For this, at the beginning, we were looking into some real data from the companies, but unfortunately, due to the GDPR, none of the companies were willing to share their data to be publicly released, unfortunately. So we had no possibility, apart from working on something which is kind of not very real, but still is closest to the real data. And for that, we took the Taskmaster 1 corpus, which was created by Google last year. They reported the results. I think it was in ACL, if I'm not mistaken. That is a dialogue corpus with more than 13,000 conversations, all monolingual in English, covering different domains, which here we took a sample of around 20K of the sentences, and we translated them from English into German. So as you see, we took all the data, both agent and customer. And so the agent, here you have a sample of one of the conversations, the first few sentences. The agent speaks in English, and then the translation is in German. But then for the customer, we just flip the order and assume that the translation that we created was the original authored source sentence, and the English one is basically the translation. So here are some of the statistics which I pass quickly. You can find the details in the paper, and also in 2 weeks we are going to have more detailed presentation about these. So yeah, Okay, something else that we had in mind, this was about the data, and the other one is about the evaluation. As I said, here we wanted to focus more on the human evaluation, something which is a good fit for this task, which is document level. As I said, you have a good number of pronouns in the sentences, so you need to have a proper analysis and evaluation of the systems. So we needed to have the document level evaluation, and for this, we followed more or less the guidelines and the framework of WMT News task for documents level DA. The only difference is or one of the biggest differences is that here we were using professional translators for performing the documents level DA. So in the first edition of the shared task, which was this year, we had, I would say, a quite successful shared task, which we had 14 submissions from 6 different groups, namely Nevier Labs from Europe, University of Edinburgh and Uppsala, University of Maryland, Tencent, Jordan University of Science and Technology, and an individual contributor. So even though in the shared task, or actually motivated them to submit their submissions in both directions for customer and agent, but we just made the agent mandatory, and the customer was kind of optional to the participants. But fortunately, all the participants submitted their translations for both directions, which was an interesting see to observe. And we did the human evaluation only on the primary submissions of the systems. More details on the evaluations, rankings, and so on and so forth will be available in 2 weeks in WMT during the WMT conference, so stay tuned for that. I'm not going to disclose any details of them here. And so what we have in mind for the next edition of the shared task? Well, first of all, no promises. These are the things that we have in mind. We are doing our best to cover them, but we are not still sure if we can cover all the points. So one of the aspects that we are going to investigate more and see if there is a possibility to get more data is to cover more domains. We have seen some results on this domain, so it's going to be useful and more interesting to see how the systems perform on the other domains. As I said, for this year, we just did the evaluation on the primary systems, but also we did it only on the agent side because of some constraints that we had, or some things that we had in mind. So for the next edition, what we have in mind is to extend this and also do the human evaluation on the customer side as well, which is both directions, English to German and German to English. And we also want to cover more language pairs. This year we had just English, German, but hopefully we will be able to cover more language pairs in the next edition or editions. Yeah, that's mainly this. So for more details, you can refer to our finding paper, or you can wait for 2 weeks so that we can have a more detailed presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Amin, for the presentation. And for the questions, I would like people to ask questions now in the question interface, but we will answer them during in typing, essentially. So, Amin, if there are any questions pop up, none have been asked for so far, please answer them in the Q&A box in text. And since the time is really running, I would like to ask Marco Turki to give us the last talk of this session, and that will be on automatic post editing.
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So thanks, Andre, and thanks, Barry, for inviting me to present the automatic post editing task. So the task this year is organized by myself, Rajan, and Matteo, and we are, let me say, the historical organizer of the task. And this year we have a newcomer, which is Marcus Freitag from Google. So when we talk about automatic post-editing task, the goal is to take a source and a target sentence and to try to fix the error made by the machine translation system. And in particular, there are this kind of error that are quite recurrently made by the MT that are very annoying, and that's why the kind of error we want to try to fix automatically, and to produce a sentence which is of better quality than the one produced by the machine translation system. In the task, we release the training data, for which we have the source, the target, and the human post edits. And at test time, we release only the source and the target, and we ask the participants to improve the quality of the target. Of course, one of the bottleneck and main problem of the task is to find the human post-edits, because these are costly, and if you want to have a lot of them, it's not simple to obtain, to have every edition of the task. So the first goal of, in general, the APE shared task, but also of the APE, is to cope with the error made by the empty system, in particular when you don't have access to the machine translation system, so you cannot improve the empty system with new technology or fresh data. The other idea is to provide the professional translator that, in general, the final user of the empty output with a better quality, so to reduce the human effort that is needed to fix the error. And the last one that we want to that we focus in this year is to see if the AP system is able to produce to improve the translation, not only in terms of correcting the error, but also to customize the translation for a specific domain. This is quite useful, in particular when you start from a generic empty system, like the commercial system you can find on the web. So the evaluation is quite standard. We use the automatic methods, BLEU and TR. TR is the official metric, and then we use also the human evaluation based on direct assessment that we have seen quite often today. The baseline is we call the do nothing, because the AP doesn't do anything. Just take the empty output and produce it to the class, to the user. So this is just we evaluate the empty output at the end. So let's talk a bit about the history of the automatic post-editing task. We are at the 6th edition, so we start in 2015, and thanks to Unbable that provide us some data for organizing the task. At that time, we were in the phrase-based era, and the phrase-based was either the system that produced the empty output, either the automatic post-editing system, the post-editor from the crowd, and we were using data in the news domain. In 2016, thanks to the QT21 European project, we moved to professional post-editors for collecting the post-edits. And then we use a phrase-based system, which was domain adapted to the IT domain. For the first time, 2016, we had also a neural automatic post-editing system. That time, we also had the human evaluation. In 2017, and then I don't see part of my slide, sorry. Okay, 2017, we added a new domain, which is pharmaceutical, and a new language. And at that time, the automatic processing system were fully neural. Okay, in 2018, we introduced also the state-of-the-art machine selection system was not anymore the phrase-based, was the neural. So we introduced also the neural. So at that time, we have the empty out produced either by a phrase-based and from a neural empty system. And last year, we introduced a new language, keep fixing most of the settings. So now these are, let's say, quite common in our task. We have professional post-edits, we have neural and automatic post-editing system, and we have both automatic and human evaluation. So let's look a bit at the result that we saw. So in this slide, I present the difference between the best API system and the baseline when they post-edit the phrase-based output. In the first year, as I saw, the performance was negative in the sense that none of the systems were able to improve the performance of the machine translation system. But with the inclusion, with the arrival of the neural automatic processing system, the gains started to grow quite fast. And there was a nice trend. And the last time that we proposed phrase-based empty output, the AP system was improved around 10 score points, which was quite super large. But of course, this is the past, because nowadays the phrase-based system, machine translation system are barely used. So we introduced also the neural AP system. And this the story was a bit different, because in 2018, even last year, the gain were marginal. And for one language with Russian, which is a bit more complex because it's highly inflected with more cases, none of the AP system was able to improve the machine translation output. Even though there is a kind of a trend, the gain are quite marginal, let me say, this start to create some question if a neural AP system is able to improve on top of a neural machine translation system. So we received several questions about this, and And then let's go ahead with the presentation, and then I will try to answer also this question. So then we start to think, what are the factors that can allow us to understand if the automatic processing can be effective? So one thing that at the beginning we thought is the repetition of the training data. So our idea was that more repetitive are the training data, more path correction patterns are present more time, so it's easier for a phrase-based, for an automatic processing system to learn to apply the correction. Probably this is coming from the phrase-based era, but even when we try to plot again the blue gain against the repetition rate, which is a metric for computing the repetition of the data, you see there is no correlation. In particular, for, I think it's a Russian, I think it is a Russian one, when you have a high repetition rate, none of the AP system was able to beat the baseline. So this, of course, our initial intuition was not really successful. Then we start to look at the machine translation performance. And here we compare against the post-edits, so you can see that the performance are quite high. So you can see that here is something more interesting. In fact, when the performance are super high, the AP system cannot do too much because it has the tendency to apply changes, and in most of the case, these changes are not necessary, and sometimes that are also harmful. When you reduce a bit the quality of the machine translation system, like you see, we are still talking about 62 blue score point against the post-edit, you can see that the AP system can be quite effective because you can see gain ranging from 4 to 10 blue score point. So here, of course, there is a clear correlation between the MT performance and the final performance and the effectiveness of the automatic post-edit system. So in terms of technical approaches, so we have in 2000, we saw the arrival of the first AP system in 2016. Then from 2017, most of the system or what the participants realized that to make the AP system able to correctly fix some error, need to access also the source, because looking only at the empty output sometimes is not possible. In 2018, most of the system used transformer, and last year we have a new fresh air given by BERT-based neural AP system that so Unbabel use BERT because they want to overcome the lack of training data. In terms of data, let me say, as I said at the beginning, the real difficulty of organizing this task is to find always new training data. So usually the training data is around 10, 12,000 triplets. So there was not a big change in the line during the last edition of the AP task. So sometimes we add new language, sometimes we use an NMT system instead of the phrase-based, but the amount of data is almost the same. What, of course, is quite relevant is the use of artificial data. In 2016, was introduced what they call the round trip artificial data. So you start from a correct sentence in the target language, you translate back into the source, and that back again in the target. In this case, you produce triplets. In 2018, we released the escape corpus, where we start from huge parallel data, and we translate the source into the target. So we have the source and the target side are correct, and then you generate then the MT, which is of course automatically produced, so for no mistakes. So let's see a bit what's happened this year. So this year, we have some changes. So first of all, we add a new language. We add English Chinese, which is quite an important language direction. And then we move away from the information technology domain, and we focus mainly on English Wikipedia articles. And then, as I said at the beginning, so we want to test the capability of the AP system to convert a generic translation into domain-specific translation. For doing that, we didn't, so we use a generic NMT system trained on a lot of data, but it doesn't know anything about the target domain. So we want to cast ourselves in the condition when you use a commercial tool for which you don't have access, which is not aware of the domain of your data. This year, we reduce a bit the training data for the reason that I already mentioned a few times, but we give access to all possible artificial data. So we identify 3 different complexity indicators, which is the MT quality, as already mentioned, the amount of data, and the data repetitiveness. So looking at this year, we saw that this year, because we are using a generic neural MT system, we have the lowest MT performance. And this is quite, we expected this because we know that fine-tuning on in-domain data bring a lot of advantage in terms of translation quality. The data is 7,000, so it's almost half of the data that we released last year. And the system, as we, and the data, as we pick sentences from different Wikipedia data, they have very low repetition rate. So let me say that the last 2 points make the task more difficult. The first one, according to our previous analysis, make the task a bit more accessible. So, of course, most of the findings or the results are in the findings paper. I want just to give you things that are already publicly available on the AP website. So these are the performance. So what you can see is that most of the system are able to beat the baseline, and the best system is able to improve the baseline around 17 blue score points. It's never seen such huge gain in performance. When we move into Chinese, okay, we have less participants, but here the tendency is the same. All the systems beat the baseline, but they improve around 15 blue score points over the baseline. Our intuition that we have to prove, of course, is that the gain that the AP system obtained is mainly due to the capability of customize a generic translation into a domain-specific translation. Then we also add additional and manual evaluation, which we got there something unexpected, a very interesting result. But for that, see you in 2 weeks at the WMT and in the findings when they will be available. So just to conclude, so when we start to use neural machine translation, there was some doubt about the efficiency of the automatic post-editing system, because we see that the gain in performance were marginal, 1.5 blue score point. Human probably never are not able to identify that small gain in performance when compared to different systems. So we were as well quite skeptical about the usefulness of the AP system. But when we move to the condition, which is probably even the most real, because not all the user may access to domain-specific neural machine translation system, the AP system the AP should be quite useful to make a domain-specific, to produce a domain-specific sentence. In parallel with these findings, there's been also another paper that I think is published at EMLP or Collins, so I don't remember, where they showed with much more data, the one that we use, it's possible even to improve the output of a domain-specific machine translation system. So these two things show that the AP is in great shape and it's ready for the next challenges that will come for sure next year. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Marco, for the presentation. And I hope that you can still disclose one detail that was asked in the chat in the meantime. You presented the results in blast scores. Were the TR and human evaluation results similar? So the question is whether.
So the TR is similar. We saw always main large correlation between the TR and the blue score. About the human evaluation, do you need to spoil everything?
Well, that was.
Yeah. Okay. So let me say that for one language, for the first time we saw what's happened last year at the WMT. So humans were not able to discriminate between human post-edit and automatic post-edit for English German. Of course, please let's take this with all the possible quotation. But we saw what's happened last year at the WMT. Of course, we don't want to say at all that we reached the human parity. No, at all. But this pushes us to better understand what's happening, but is a clear sign that, let me say, APE is valuable for at least in the condition when you don't have a domain-specific machine translation system.
Okay, thank you very much. So there is one unanswered question from the first presentation, actually, and that's on the DA, whether a DA can detect the small differences when the machine translation outputs and human translations are very similar. And we have just a couple of seconds to answer. So I'll try to answer. In my opinion, well, no, DA cannot distinguish these things, but there is a trade-off between the complexity of the annotation and the detail of knowledge that you gain. So for the most of the language pairs and most of the machine translation systems, DA is good. For the high performing language pairs and highest performing MT systems, DA is not good good anymore. And what we are doing on the sides of WMT for English Czech, for example, is actually exactly what Rachel Bowden suggested in her question, some combination of relative ranking and DA, but that's published elsewhere, and we won't have the results for 2020 outcome for the 2020 WMT yet. But for the highest performing systems, I think relative comparison is again necessary. Yeah, so it's 3 o'clock exactly. So I think we should really finish our session, and we already have the next important person connected. I see him. So I don't know who is chairing the next session. Yes, Carol. So I'm now handing over the chairing of the session to Carol for the Best Thesis Award.
Okay, thank you, Andre. I'm just going to share my screen. Just 1 second. There we go. Should be able to see it now. Okay, so welcome to this Best Thesis Award session. This is, as Mikhail said on the opening, one of the actions that the EAMT does every year. So I think we do it since 2012. So it was the first time that one award was issued, and since then we do it every year. The conditions to participate, of course, people need to have completed a PhD thesis in the previous year. So this is the best thesis of 2019. And needs to be on an European institution because we are the European Association for Machine Translation. So now I'm going to pass it on to Mikhail, that is going to officially announce the winner.
Yeah.
Mikhail?
So the EAMT put together a panel of people. Carol, could you show well, I'll let Carol show the certificate in a second. So the winner is Felix Stahlberg from the University of Cambridge, and his thesis was the roles of language models and hierarchical models in neural sequence-to-sequence prediction. So congratulations, and he will be presenting a summary of his thesis. The thesis was selected as the best thesis for 2019 by a panel appointed by the executive committee, which was made of EAMT committee members, Lucia Specia, Andre Martins, Khalid Simaan, Carolina Scarton, and myself. And as the awardee will receive a €500 prize, and he will be now presenting his work for all of us. So congratulations, and the floor is yours, Felix. Thank you very much. You'll receive the certificate in the mail someday.
All right.
We're preparing it.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thanks.
Your
Thank
turn.
you very much. I'm gonna try to share my screen. Does this work? Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Felix, but we don't see your screen.
Okay. Let me. Okay, sorry for that. It's actually the first time I'm using Zoom. So.
Okay. So in the bar in the bottom, You have participants chat, and then there should be a button share screen.
Okay, I actually have to give permission to Zoom to actually do that. Let me just restart Zoom.
So in the meantime, I can say that this prize is going to be granted this year too for thesis defended on 2020, and it will be announced very soon. The call is out, I think. The call is already out, Carol. Yeah. So
yeah, the call is out.
Anyone who has defended successfully a thesis in Europe, Northern Africa, or the Middle East can apply for this and is a member. Okay, your presentation is coming. Thank you, Felix. Maybe you're muted.
Hello? Now? Okay, great. All right. Sorry for this. This discrepancies. All right. So let me start by saying that I'm feeling, of course, very honored to receive such a reward. I will say though that so you probably all know that, but for writing a successful PhD thesis, you have to have like a lot of different factors have to come together. You have to have like a good research environment, the people around you, the resources, and also, of course, a supervisor who supports you and who encourages you and engages with you. So a special shout out to Bill Byrne at this point. I'm very thankful for my time at Cambridge. Okay, so let's start. So this thesis ended up to be pretty comprehensive. The sort of glue which I tried to use to connect all these different pieces together is the idea of comparing the neural models we have nowadays with the sort of symbolic models or the highly engineered models we used to use for all these different NLP tasks. So traditionally, like a classic speech recognition system would use like pronunciation models with like special HMM topologies, Gaussian mixture models, pronunciation dictionaries, language models, and so on. The syntactic path would look very different again. And a machine translation, of course, an SMT system, of course, again, uses like very large collections of rules or phrase pairs and has a lot of different features to actually generate the final translation. So all these systems used to look very, very different from each other and were very tailored towards the task at hand. But nowadays, so I call that the great neural equalizer in the slide. Nowadays, everything gets replaced by the same set of models or techniques. First and foremost, actually, neural sequence-to-sequence models and actually even more specifically, the transform architecture. So we actually use almost the same architecture for all these different tasks now. And that definitely has advantages. So we can now, the research is much more streamlined. We can transfer knowledge across areas. We can, our skills are much more versatile. So it's just a much more efficient way to do research, I guess. And it has definitely advanced our field, so it works better. But the question I tried to ask in my thesis is, what do we lose by taking that perspective? So what disadvantages do we have by just seeing all the different NLP tasks as just yet another data mapping problem? And I have to say, I don't really answer that question in my thesis, but what I tried to do is to find instances where adding some sort of symbolic knowledge or some symbolic logic on top of our new models still helps in some way or another. So a large part of my thesis was actually about SMT and MT hybrid systems. I would like you to see that a little bit in the context, like in the historic context. So most of the work was published 2 to 5 years ago, which is a pretty long time span in our field nowadays. So see it a little bit in that context, but also there's still reason why I'm presenting that today. I think these results still tell us a little bit about possible future research directions for NMT, and what kind of problems we can address in our models nowadays. So the work on NMT and SMT hybrid systems was the initial motivation was that NMT and SMT have very different strengths and weaknesses. NMT uses a very simple or even simplistic beam search. It doesn't have, at least the vanilla formalism, doesn't have really an explicit coverage mechanism. But of course, it works much better as a standalone system. And most of it is probably due to the fact that it is very efficient to model long-range context and to generalize well over that long-range context. On the other side, HIRO or SMT systems used to search over a very vast number of translations. They did have a coverage mechanism. So, for example, CKY parsers in HIRO used to cover the complete source sentence. And they used a very large output vocabulary, word level output vocabulary that is open to extension. So with open to extension, I know nowadays NMT is also open vocabulary, but here I'm referring to the idea to add specific words or phrases to the MT system, such that it is guaranteed that this word or phrase is always translated in the same way, which is relevant in some applications. But yeah, of course, SMT has weaknesses as well. It has a limited language model context, and the translation model itself is also pretty weak. So we actually had to use a lot of different features to compensate for that. This is like a very narrow perspective on the research line of SMT and NMT hybrids, but it just should show you the path towards the MBR-based, the minimum base risk approach, which we settled on finally, eventually. So Lubeck and colleagues in 2015 had a WOT submission, I guess, where they used an NMT system to rescore the SMT and best list. They extended that with what we call syntactically guided NMT, which is a sort of lattice rescoring, so the natural extension of n-best rescoring. But we came quickly to the conclusion that constraining an NMT system to the SMT search space one way or another is just too constraining, especially when the gap between SMT and NMT was increasing more and more. And that's not only the fact that that like a worse system constrained the other, it's also that the NMT system often just doesn't like to has its own way to produce translations. So forcing it to towards a SMT hypothesis often causes the NMT state to be in a weird place, and anything conditioned on that is erratic. So we quickly tried to come up with different schemes to loosely couple NMT and SMT. So one approach was actually based on FSTs. The whole combination scheme was defined using the edit distance transducer and different standard FST composition operations, for example. But what we then eventually used was a minimum base risk approach, which we published in 2017 and then used in 2 WMT submissions in WMT 18 and 19. Just a very quick, just very quickly how this MBR-based approach works. So the idea is that we try to learn a language model on like an n-gram language model from the SMT lattice. So, for example, if we want to get the probability of an n-gram U given the SMT system or the SMT lattice, we can simply just sum up all the path probabilities of paths in the SMT lattice that contain U. And you can do that pretty efficiently with FST composition operations. So now we basically get a language model, an n-gram language model for each sentence. And in the second step, we could then bias the unconstrained NMT decoder towards that n-gram language model. That is computational tractable, since the risk estimation, so the n-gram scores are now can be seen as a risk. The n-gram scores are only computed over the SMT search space. It is computed in the left to right order, which is very good for beam search, which is also building up hypotheses from left to right. So we can use these scores directly in beam search. And this approach actually gave us a completely new translation. So when we tried to look up the output of the hybrid system in either in best list, either in the SMT or in the NMT baseline and best lists, then 78% of these translations were actually in neither of them. So that actually gave us new translations. And so we used it in different WMT submissions. One was in WMT 18. And yeah, so this is like an evaluation system. So these transformers and transformers with relative precision were pretty like had a lot of rings and bells. Used like right to left rescoring or right to left model and back translation even with noise. So that was it was a pretty good neural system, even in an evaluation setting. But adding a phrase-based MT system to that mix still improved over the neural baseline, at least a little bit. So the gains are not crazy, but it's still astonishing that the phrase-based MT system, which is, for example, in English-German, had like about 20 bullet points, and the transformer baseline 30. So the phrase-based MT system was much, much worse. But it still gave us some improvements over the neural baseline. So that sort of indicates that that we do lose something by just the complete switch from neural systems to phrase-based systems. I'm not saying that like in the future it's very realistic to productionize NMT SMT hybrids, but yeah, these results can still tell us, well, maybe we do need something which the phrase-based system had, and an NMT system doesn't have anymore. And yeah, one obvious thing is some kind of symbolic logic or symbolic, yeah, symbolic encoding of knowledge. Let's put it that way. Yeah, and that was in 18, and even in 19 we did something similar, and the gains from the phrase-based MT system were a little bit smaller, but they were still there. So even in 2019 we could still observe gains, even small gains, but still gains from a phrase-based MT system. So let me switch gears quickly and talk about my work on model errors versus search errors. So that is again something which we sort of understood with our symbolic models. So at least, so we knew maybe roughly how many search errors there are. At least we knew that if we improve the search, that our translation is getting better. And that is not necessarily the case anymore with NMT, as we all know. If we increase the beam size, for example, the translations are getting worse. So that is something which we simply don't understand with our NMT models nowadays. So the first step to analyze search errors and model errors in NMT is to actually come up with an inference procedure that is exact, so that finds the global best model score from the NMT model. And what you can do is you can like exploit the fact that NMT scores are monotonic. So so the NMT scores use a left-to-right factorization, which means that any extension of a partial hypothesis is guaranteed to have a better score than the extension is guaranteed to have a lower score than any of a partial hypothesis. So the scores are getting lower and lower as you add to the partial hypothesis, simply because we are adding another log probability, which is guaranteed to be negative. And you can exploit that fact to do something like depth of search with early pruning, and find the global best translation according to the NMT model. The interesting thing here is that if you do that, your blue score drops from 30.3 with beam search to 2.1 under exact search. And the reason for that is that the translations are getting much too short. In fact, more than half of the sentences under exact search are just empty. They're just the end of sentence symbol. So what is happening here is that we usually use NMT with beam search. NMT has a lot of model errors, like a very serious adequacy issue, actually, because it thinks that for more than half of the sentences, the empty string is just an adequate translation of that sentence. But since we're using it normally with beam search, which also has a lot of search errors, beam search sort of prevents us from seeing these model errors. So that's why NMT works well in practice. But of course, the situation is less than optimal. We're relying on search errors to fix the model errors of NMT. Okay, just very quickly, I want to leave some time for questions, but the last part would be about operation sequence neural machine translation. The initial motivation for this work was that we wanted to reintroduce alignments into NMT, or to put it differently, we wanted to achieve explainable NMT by changing the output representation to explain itself. And an explanation in that sense would be just an alignment into the source sentence. And we wanted to have something which is independent of the seek-to-seek architecture. So if someone comes up with Transformer 2.0, then we hope that this would still be applicable. And the idea is that a normal NMT system builds up the translation word by word or token by token and on the target side. And what we do now is we train the same model, the same string to string transformer model to instead output something like this. So that is a sequence of actions or operations, set marker, 2000 pop source hour. And each of these actions actually change the translation state, what we call translation state in the concept of OSNMT. So the translation state is actually one of three things. So conceptually, we have a source side read head, which is initialized at the first position of the source sentence, a target side write head, and the target sentence, which is initialized with an initial marker symbol. So now each action, which is predicted by the neural model, now changes one of the three things. A set marker, for example, inserts a new marker symbol into the target sentence. 2000 inserts a new word into the target sentence. So now our target sentence is x2 marker, 2000 x1 marker. Pop source actually moves the source sentence read head by 1 to the right. Hour is again a word insertion operation. Pop source again moves the source side read head. Jump backward now changes the position of the target side right head. Jump backward means jump to the marker left of your current position. Jump forward would mean jump to the marker right of your current position. Set marker, again, inserts a marker, and so on. So the operation sequence actually continues until the source sentence read head is at the last position of the source sentence. And at the end, in our compiled target sentence is actually the translation we are actually interested in. Stable operation of 2000 hour was confirmed after stripping out the markers. But so there are a lot of different interesting things which are going on here. But one interesting thing is that the generation order is now changed. So for example, in time step 2, we generated 2000. In time step 8, we generated off, but in the final translation, off actually becomes before 2000. So OSNMT actually changes the generation order from going monotone on the target side to monotone on the source side. So it actually, it generates the target words and source sentence order interspersed with some instructions on how to reorder them. And another advantage is that this representation actually conveys alignment information, because each target word is generated in the context of a specific source side read head position. For example, in time step 2, we generated 2000 in the target sentence. At that time, that source side read head was at 2000 in the source sentence, which means that there's an alignment link between 2000 and 2000. Yeah, it does what we hoped. So as we train, the blur score goes up, the alignment error rate goes down. And it is actually able to produce pretty complex alignments. So especially the last one that was produced by our OSNMT system, and that involves like very large range reorderings and pretty complex reorderings. But the operation sequence model is still able to actually represent that. And yes, these are just some small teasers why I think this work is pretty interesting, but I'm gonna skip that now to make some time for questions. And I also skipped all the rest. So there was a lot of other stuff in my thesis, but I won't go into detail here. So yeah, thank you very much for attending my talk, and I'm open for questions now.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a few minutes for questions, about 5 minutes. So I'm going to read aloud the questions that are already posted. Mm-hmm. There's a question, if the differences, sorry, this is probably old. These are the questions for the other talk, are they?
There is one on the chat.
There's one, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How significant are these results, the UCAM WMT18? The improvements are less than 1 blur, which might be contributed to random noise. Is the chance of randomness, oh, the question disappeared while I was reading it. If the question,
to answer it.
the chance of randomness reduced, for example, fixed seed, multiple trials and averaging?
So we didn't do any systematic analysis of the noise. But we tested it on multiple language pairs across WMT18 and WMT19. So we do have some sample size, and it always improved a little bit. But I have to say that again, these gains are yeah, as you say, are pretty small. But yeah, my point is that they are still consistent gains. They are small, but they are still consistent, and the fact that it's consistent reveals something about the neural system, I think.
Okay. Apparently, there are not more anymore. There aren't any more questions.
There's one from a panelist.
Yeah, there is one from Andrea. Andrea, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, it might be easier. Yeah, so for some reason, panelists cannot use the Q&A, so that's why I posted it in chat.
Yeah. Okay.
So I really like the operator sequence model, and representing the transition process as a sequence of actions, and as an alternative to generating the target sentence left to right. How do you see current work in non-autoregressive machine translation models as a way of getting there? And from a learning perspective, how do you balance the fact that left to right models can easily memorize the past context and exploit that, with the fact that it might be a little bit more challenging to consider all the different orderings in which we could produce these actions?
So first, autoregressive models, I think it's true. So they're similar, that the generation order is different from left to right. So autoregressive is just all at once, and this would be different. It's not left to right, but it's left to right in the source sentence actually. I think the conditional conditional independence assumptions are a little different, because now we are still, I think a major problem of autoregressive models is that it's just hard to take, let's say, the target language model aspect into account if you just predict everything at once. As you actually said, that the left context is actually pretty useful oftentimes. So I think that's why they're a little different. They're more related to like this insertion transformer work, which was also proposed recently or last year, I think. In terms of what was the next part? For autoregressive.
there's the Levenstein transformer, and models that perform insertions and deletions, and there's all sorts of variants. They usually end up having to produce refined versions of the translations, which is similar to performing actions.
Yeah, that is also true. I think one challenge is again fluency, and I think the operation sequence model also tended to be a little bit less fluent than a normal full sequence model. It has other advantages. It is more conditioned on the source sentence, I think. So I think it is less likely to suffer from other pathologies like I don't know, hallucinations, just because it has a very clear understanding where the source side read head is and how to why it actually produces a token right now. But as you said, like fluency might be an issue. That's true. Yeah, I've actually tried to address it a little bit with multitask training to actually add language model objectives to the same model. But that didn't really help. We also tried to do something which is more on the phrase-based level. So these edit operations were more token by token. What we also tried to improve the fluency is to define these edit operations on the phrase level. And by doing that, we would actually generate let's say, the replacement of a phrase autoregressively from left to right within that phrase. And that would also improve the fluency. At least that was the hope, but it didn't really turn out that way.
Okay, I guess we don't have more time for more questions because it's already the time for the poster session. So thank you very much and congratulations again. And we'll move on to the next session, I think, because we have to change the session to be able to go to the poster session. So you have your information in the Slack pinned entry.
Yeah, it's a different Zoom link. You can see it in the general channel in Slack. And when you join, there's going to be a few breakout rooms that are going to be created, and then you can join them to visit each poster. See you in a bit.